Hey everyone, happy Friday. Thank you for joining in on what is my third stream so far on YouTube. Today's been pretty hectic, so apologize if I seem a bit distracted trying to get things set up at a somewhat rapid pace. As a lesson to be learned to be better prepared on Fridays, considering half the stuff I have to do before I can even start the stream and other stuff I have to worry about with the military before I can do anything on Fridays. So that being said, again, welcome. Hopefully everyone is doing good so far on this. It's a very sudden intro. I apologize, Kate. At least hopefully woke you up to try to get you through the rest of the day. Yeah. So I definitely, Friday's been interesting so far. It's definitely been hectic. I've been pretty forgetful today. Had formation at 3 o'clock and needed to take a shower after working out earlier today too. So yeah, it's been a bit of a rush, but we're here. It's Friday and we are going to get started. So from the last two streams, well, I should say last stream, the first stream I'm not really necessarily counting, we're going to be picking up where we left off with our playthrough of Crusader Kings III with the House Saga Dynasty. We are still on our first member of the dynasty, Jarl Freyj of Iceland. We were super productive going into or ending last stream in the sense that we fully took over the territory of Iceland, started expanding our borders further into the islands that are on the northern side of the United Kingdom, and started getting ourselves set up with getting our infrastructure in some of our villages here established. On top of that, our kids are starting to come of age, so we're starting to make alliances through marriage, and also starting to kind of get an idea of who we're going to try to have take over the dynasty once our current character Freyj here passes away. And at first, let's just say our kids so far have been very underwhelming, to the point that rather than risk letting the natural partition take place, which is when our character dies, the territory is essentially split up evenly amongst the heirs, which for the beginning of the game, normally that goes to the male heirs, so that would have been Dagger, Asbjorn, Balder, and Otter. The territory would get divided up, it's not what we want to do, because we want to try to keep everything together under one roof. So we had enough prestige points that we decided to enact the Scandinavian elective, which allows us to essentially vote for who's going to take over next. Basically, we've created a mini democracy. And being that we are the Jarl and we control everything essentially, we are the only elector, so no matter who we choose, they're the ones that take over. And this also saves us from having to burn renown and I also think prestige, to potentially try and disinherit people, because it's expensive and we want to try to keep our renown intact for the sake of unlocking special traits and abilities. So rather than trying to save up what would be close to 450 renown, which as you see we're at 203 right now, to try to disinherit Dagger, Asbjorn, and Balder, we just decided to enact the Scandinavian elective and made Otter here our heir apparent. So hopefully we can last long enough for him to become of age. That way, once he takes over, maybe his brothers won't be too upset, and hopefully we can try to do a better job of guiding him in his lifestyle traits to not suck as bad as his brothers, because honestly his brothers are terrible. Like Dagger's not great. His overall skill abilities are pretty weak, and granted he's got the traits that I want as far as the personality traits. He is lackluster. And then Asbjorn here, granted he's not fully of age yet, he's also kind of lacking in the trait department, though he does have a physical trait which is helpful. He is also lacking, and he would be a pain in the butt to try to govern with, so he's already fallen short. And then Balder picked up the personality trait as a kid, or he doesn't have any physical traits, so granted he would probably do well. He's already got a decently high martial, which is kind of what we're looking for. But with Otter here, he picked up the physical trait from his mother's side, and this is the best in the physical traits of this line, so we're going to try to groom him to be the next leader. And hopefully when we go to start educating him, he doesn't get screwed over like his brothers did in terms of trying to suck as bad as his brother does. And that sounds good, Kate. I definitely appreciate it. Every view counts. Don't forget to, while I remember, and I tend to forget this a lot, like the video, subscribe to the channel. This would be super helpful. That way work towards that 1,000 subscriber goal, and I think I need like 400, a crap ton of watch hours on top of that. But like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll let you get back to work and have fun representing or creating social media stuff for your lawyer employers. That still kind of makes me laugh, is running social media for a legal corporation, or however they refer to it, or a law office. That kind of makes me laugh every time I think about it. Anywho, so now that we kind of have things covered, we left ourselves off in a pretty good established position that we have a large army starting to build, and we're not even maxed out yet. And that means, but we are quite short on gold, though we are both positive in our income and our prestige gain. We're going to head out to raiding, because we need to start building up funding. That way, once we eventually get to the point where we can start expanding the territory more, I was determining which direction I was going to go at first. And as far as kingdoms go, I was looking to either go towards Alba, which eventually turns into like the Scotland area, or Sweden. But Sweden has amassed quite rapidly, and in order for me to take over the Kingdom of Norway, which is a lot of my territories right now fall under, we would have to get into a massive battle with Sweden, which is something we are nowhere near prepared for, nor do we have the proper alliances to even attempt, because on top of their army, which is about 5,000 strong, we have to contend with their allies, which are equally as strong, that to the point that it would be a suicide mission if we were to try to get into combat with them. So our best option, we're thinking, if we can get things to go right, is to potentially start swaying things in our favor to attack the Kingdom of Alba. And once I start getting things more established and start taking over some more territory so I can get more troops built up, what I'm going to look to do is potentially start breaking some of these alliances through subterfuge and dangerous means, in the way that unfortunately some people might have to die, because that's where a lot of these alliances are based off of, made through marriage and through some of his offspring, and we kind of want to try breaking those. That way, if we do decide to go to war with him, with King Constantin here, we will have a better option, or hopefully not have to necessarily worry about his allies coming to aid, because the goal is to make sure he has no allies. So with all that said and done, we are going to immediately raise all our armies as raiders, and rather than have two parties here, we're going to have everyone combine. Let's speed this up here. Court physician has unfortunately passed away, so we need to get a new marshal on board, which we have a decent person as a backup. I thought we did anyways. We're going to search for a new physician first. Actually, did we lose? Oh, we lost two physicians. How did he die? He also passed away in his sleep. That is highly suspicious, but I'm not going to put too much thought into it at this time. So right now, in order to make sure that we're not wasting income, and then also we want to basically get people to fill those positions back up, because we need to not have empty council seats. So we're going to let the search for a physician, because that's going to help us not get sick, and if we get injured, so he doesn't unfortunately have the physician trait that I'm looking for, but his education is decent, so he would be a good alternative for kind of starting his physician journey from the ground up, give him some experience on the job essentially. But now we are definitely going to be combining our armies here, getting everyone on board, and then we are going to set off to go raiding. And per usual, this territory is relatively raided out for the most part. So rather than, we'll hit something on the way down, but we're going to look to go to our favorite raiding grounds, which is going to be the Mediterranean as usual, because they are full of money and we have a large raid loot pool to work with. So we're going to start this up, and rather than sit through all this, someone beat us to that rating unfortunately, but we are going to stop here in the county of Leon and raid instead. And then we might actually stop here in the Earldom of Brittany as well, because they have a lot of infrastructure here that we can quickly raid and take advantage of. And their army is relatively small in comparison to ours, so they theoretically shouldn't put up a fight. But we won't know until we actually get to that stage. So unfortunately, the risk that we took is that we are now ill, and rather than take too much, I never really take the option to try to do risky treatments, because they never really end well, and especially with him being a rather untrained physician, I'd rather be safe than sorry, which unfortunately did not work as well. So hopefully this won't affect us too much, as we are not going to, considering we spent 50 gold on them, we're not going to really imprison them or execute them, because that would be a massive waste of money, which we don't really have the ability to afford to do that at the moment. So we're going to swap some vassals around, because he's going to make off to be a better spy master, and then our court physician is going to be a better marshal for us, which means he's going to have the training he's going to be conducting with our troops is going to end up performing better. So now we're going to start working our way through the Earldom of Brittany here. And then so far we've actually taken a fair amount of prisoners, a very good amount of prisoners, from Leon especially, that we're going to be able to recoup our losses here pretty quickly. Okay, so we're just going to continue to work our ways through Britain here, because clearly they're not putting up a fight, and it's just gonna keep allowing us to continue raking in the coin. Skip through some of this. So now it looks like we unfortunately will be starting to lose some troops through some of these travels, but we have a large enough army that it's not a huge factor. It's still going to allow us to have a large loot pool once we're done here. Awesome. That's actually kind of what we're looking for, because if we were going to, as we're educating our child here, this is the trait that I wanted most, because I was either going to have him go down the path of the martial path like my current character is, or through the stewardship tree, which would allow us to, on top of getting some more money raising opportunities, would also allow us to make our buildings production cheaper, as well as reducing the time. So in terms of setting up infrastructure and or continue on the war path, this is actually the best one that we wanted. So far so good. And then I believe he should already be educated by us, so he's going to start getting older, and we're going to start be able to help him choose some traits, and hopefully the game will be gentle in allowing us to pick up some good education traits. Okay, so we have our son Asbjorn is starting to come of age. He's not quite adulthood yet, but he has reached this point where we can perform a challenge to see if we can convert him into a witch, which is what we want to do, build the family covenant some more. So we have a 91% chance of success, and he has agreed to it. So now our coven just gained 1 size. I think we're at 5 now. By the time my martial honor comes to me with this plan, he seems to have already made up his mind. That's so unfortunate. But this is going to be super beneficial, because we already have 2 guys I think that fall under this as well. Is that he would be disappearing for a couple of years, and through that, once he returns, he will have the trait of the Varangian, which gives him a diplomacy boost, a martial boost, which if he comes back and I don't have a better martial, I will probably put him back as the marshal, and it gives him a prowess boost. So it's making him a better fighter, better martial character, and a better commander overall. So unfortunately we lose our physician, so we're going to have to spend another 50 or so gold recruiting another one, but it's going to be beneficial rather than have him reduce his opinion of us. It's just going to work better for us if we let him go. So we're going to start the search for a physician again. And then marshals, we're going to hold off on the marshal for now. So neither of these 2 options are great, so I'm not concerned with recruiting either of them. We're going to wait a year to try again, because I don't have anyone really good in my current court that would make a good physician, unfortunately. I'm not sure how they determine aptitude, because normally I feel like the learning trait normally works, is normally used for that, but yeah, I'm not sure how the aptitude is determined. It's something that has yet to escape, continues to escape me, trying to figure that out. Probably because I don't have any physician traits, so we're not going to worry about recruiting anyone into that position quite yet. Now we're going to continue to go back down here and finish out our raiding spree. So actually we do want to pick up a marshal here right quick, because some of our territories are starting to get a bit bold in their we're starting to lose some control, because we don't have a marshal to keep things under under control. So, granted, we're not completely full with the raid loot yet. We're going to instead still head back early because I want to dump off this money, and that's also going to give us prestige so we can actually start recruiting some more knights, which tend to have decent martial capabilities. So I want to try to get a better martial because I don't want to remove my spy master, who has a really good intrigue level, but our backup options are not the greatest, and I don't want to move people around too much. So we're going to speed this up. And unfortunately, one of our characters decides to hold on to some of his coin. And I have a feeling I'm going to lose this, but we will see. I think we won it last time. Yeah. Fortunately, I'm not concerned about losing too much piety. He did lose some opinion of us, which is not a huge deal, but we had a less than 50% chance of succeeding, so it's not totally unsurprising. So we're going to start inviting some knights and see who shows up. He's a good fighter. Comes of age. With his coming of age, my tuition of Asbjorn is at an end. With sufficient tutelage, even a child that has displayed a little natural inclination towards warfare, such as Asbjorn, can come to truly understand it. He has shown great aptitude both in battle tactics and management, and the management of armies. He'll make a fine commander one day. So he picked up 3-star skill tactician, which is very good. He actually might, oh yeah, 16, 15 actually. We'll actually make him our marshal. He's a good, decent alternative for now. That he's not terrible at what he does, and if we decide, once we get county control back under, of this territory back under control, he has enough positives to his martial abilities that he can get some commander gains for our troops, which is going to be super helpful, rather than risk more injury to our guys and possibly losing some people. So we're going to also look for an educator for our son Balder, who right now is diplomacy might be the way. So rather than focus on martial, we're going to change his, what's he have? Intrigue. So we might actually make him a fighter. So we're going to have him be educated by his brother, actually. Well, helpful tutelage, and then also he comes of age to the point where these two can marry. Have I found a spouse? No. Okay, so those two can marry, and I believe I should get a alliance out of this, I believe. Yep, we have an alliance with, our alliance will form with these two through marriage, so it's going to give us some alliances. Excellent. At least I think I should have. Okay. So while we're sitting here, I want to see what opportunities we have within, if there's any inheritable traits. So he's 4, she's 7. It's not a terrible, but it is still a physical trait that we want to try to pick up, potentially. So we're going to change to 10, so she's the only one option. So yeah, 3 years is not a huge deal in terms of an age difference. And now we are going to continue. So our son and courtier have already had a child, and go for names. Not super concerned about, because I don't think he's not really at risk of taking over. So as far as name selections, not a huge thing that I'm concerned about. So we're going to go back to looking at what... So we do need some fighters, so we're going to recruit him. Recruit them. Okay. So we're going to set these back up here so we can rebuild our supply amount, and then we will head off to start pillaging the African coast and the Mediterranean coastline. So we have some of our buildings from our towns are starting to build up, and then now we are going to assist our ally here, Jarl Ragnar the Foolish, in his claim, I believe, to take over some territory, it looks like. So it should be easy enough. And then we also just picked up a new lifestyle trait in that we are slowly working on working down the diplomacy lifestyle tree, since we already completed the tree we wanted to in the martial. And we have been kind of picking which traits we want, but I'm looking to try to eventually complete this entire tree if our character lives long enough. But we're also looking to get into this trait right here, which is writing history, which gives us the option to commission a poet or an author or someone with very good writing capability to write a book, which is going to turn into an artifact that we can equip. But also, these books can do anything from give us some bonus renown per month to bonus prestige, some extra skill points, or some combative advantages. So a lot of things can happen in this decision. So we're going to slowly start working our way down there, and plus it also makes some of our characters stronger and gives us more prestige per month per night. So we have 12 nights right now, so our prestige gain per month is sitting at 24% increase. So we're going to be starting to make quite a bit of prestige once our armies aren't raised. And then we're going to see if we have any commanders that are... So once we take out this army, we do have some commanders that are actually siege focused, which means if we start to go through the work down the path of starting to assault some of these buildings, we will get it done just that much quicker, because we have commanders that are capable of doing so. And they had came back because they were also being attacked by by some other people as well, which kind of made him a little bit weaker. It was going to be an easy battle anyways. Like, we only lost 40 guys compared to he lost, or the enemy commander here basically lost all of theirs. So it was an easy fight. There was no issues. So now we're just going to continue sieging our opponent's territories. Okay, so we're working on a sway scheme for one of our counselors, and this is just an extra bonus option to try to make the scheme happen faster. So he's already gained 30 opinion of us right now, but we also have the opportunity to perform a diplomacy challenge against them to increase it, their opinion by another 20, or we have a chance to lose 10 opinion, which would be unfortunate. And while it does say we have a 76% chance of success, this has happened very often for me in that I tend not to take this too much to heart unless it's above like 80%, because I've failed so many times when I've had a positive number that it's all up in the air. And fortunately, we actually succeeded. So we just hit the point that we hit our first available dynasty legacy. Now these legacies are permanent traits and permanent bonuses that are afforded to our dynasty, and the first one costs at 250 round and then increases by 500 each time. So normally what I like to do in order to try to get my characters to be the best they could be, I normally like to go down the blood tree, because this first tier here increases their chance of inheriting good congenital traits by 30%, and their chance of new good congenital traits by 30% as well. And as we further get down this tree, Rocket King, I appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, it's definitely a new experience for me. So far, this is day 3. This is the third one, and honestly enjoying it so far. It's something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and I definitely appreciate you stopping in. If you got the opportunity, though, please subscribe to the channel and like the video as well. I'm trying to build as many subscribers as possible. Hopefully get that goal of 1,000 so I can get YouTube partnership and stuff like that eventually. Yeah, I definitely appreciate you stopping by and watching for whatever amount you can. And the VOD will definitely be up right after the stream's over, which I'm planning on going to about 7 o'clock today. So it'll be about a 4-ish hour stream, maybe a little bit longer depending on where I'm at in the game. So, awesome. Well, I definitely appreciate you stopping by, and then you have a wonderful rest of your day. Appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. So, back to what we were talking about. We are in the blood tree, and I like going on this one because it's just going to work towards the convergent bloodline, which gives us reinforcing congenital traits. So like our youngest child has that super good beautiful trait. This will increase the chance that those traits will be reinforced, which means there's a higher chance of them being picked up by their kids in the future. So in terms of trying to pick up these inheritable physical traits that our kids can take from either the parents or whatever bloodlines they go through, their kids will also have a higher chance to it. And as the further you get down, then we can see that once we hit the resilient bloodline, we reduce the chance of picking up bad traits by 30%, and we have the chance of new bad traits showing up is also reduced by 30%. And then this one's good because we can start picking a congenital trait that actually becomes permanent. So, or not necessarily permanent, but becomes more common, more likely to show up. And then at the end of it, which normally I haven't reached this one yet, and it's not super important to me, but increases our life expectancy by 5 years, which later in the game may be super important, because I've had some characters that when I go down the learning lifestyle tree, there is one, if I can actually open that up here, that if you get through it far enough in this learning tree here, we go down this tree whole of body, the anatomical studies, all of these things here, especially once we get to the bottom tree, like I've had characters reach ages of like 80s and 90s with this health tree, especially once they start picking up these great health traits, because it just makes them live longer. And then we add a plus 5 years, like there's a possibility you can probably have characters live into their hundreds, which would be super insane, because that's, in this game, that's probably close to a character living 4 generations. So plus 5 years is great, but there's also ways you can kind of not have to necessarily dump a renown point into that. But there's also other great dynasty legacy you can pick up, like the adventure, down the adventure tree. Our diplomatic range is increased, and we can also have the option to actually send our troops through prestige to go become Vanguardian Guards. Like we have that one character we just sent off not too long ago. We can actually start possibly having people do it ourselves. If we can start building an army, or our knights can all potentially have this trait. And then further down the tree, just kind of is very good for someone who has the wanderlust, essentially. And then pillaging, which if we wanted to go down this route, this would just increase which rating which this actually might be a good option as well, being that we are of the Norse religion, which is all about raiding, especially at the beginning, that having a lot of these advantages just makes it that much more lucrative. And then each of these has its own benefits, and granted, I've never completed the game for all 640 something years. I'm sure there might be a possibility you can actually unlock all of these. I've only gotten, I think the farthest I've gotten is I completed one of these lines and a few others, and kind of handpicking which ones I wanted to. But normally I'm just going to stick with what I know best right now, which is going to be starting off with the noble veins, because we want to try to pick up more good healthy traits. And then what we might pick up next, once we hit 750 right now, which is going to take a hot minute, we might pick up the vibrant court option, which increases opinions of us automatically. Our court grandeur bonus once we become a kingdom is automatically increased by +5. We will start to attract better guests, and guests that we can that show up that we might be able to pick up for their abilities will be 30% cheaper, which some characters can get pretty expensive. So a 30% bonus or a 30% reduction in their cost is actually a huge amount, especially because I've had some character recruitment costs, especially those that have claims on other territories, can get super expensive, especially if it's a very important claim. So for now though, we're going to start working down the bloodline, and then we've got a long ways to go before we get our next one, so we're going to put that on the back burner because we're only earning 0.92 renown per month. So we've got a long ways to go before we're going to be able to pick up this next dynasty trait. So now that we've got that taken care of, we are going to work back into the war that we are currently partaking in. So just off of that one capture, we basically almost ended the war as it is. So we're just going to go take over this territory here. They really have nothing to combat us against, so I'm going to change our commander to our siege one. That way we can make this whole sieging process happen just a little bit faster, especially since they have defensive advantages due to they have bastions and curtain walls. So we want to try to break through those a little bit faster than we normally would, because at the end of the day we're going to want to get back to raiding as soon as possible, because we definitely want an income out of this. So we've also hit that year mark that we can start searching for a physician again. Hopefully we can get a better selection this time. Awesome. So the battle's over. We won, and we're going to disband our troops for right now. Again, not great options, so hopefully we're not going to recruit either of those two, because they're honestly not what we're looking for. But now that we're out of war, I need to look something up real quick. So give me a brief moment here. And I just realized that I am not in the game. That is unfortunate. Awesome, cool. Well, thankfully we didn't do too much really outside of some slight raiding and assisting in this war. So not a huge deal, but now we're going to really get into the meat potatoes of the game, because we're going to go on a massive raiding spree, and then we're going to start actually expanding our territory. That way we can start taking down our opponent here, and our goal will be to conduct war so we can take over the kingdom of Alba. But before we do that, I do need to take care of one thing real quick. So give me one moment. Okay, now back to the game. So, now we are going to hold the grand blot for the sake. We're going to build some. Do we have it? How many prisoners do we have? We have quite a bit of prisoners that we could use, but I'm not super concerned about it at the moment. See if any of these guys would. So this guy would actually be good to negotiate release for. We're gonna recruit him because we can look here. He is, granted, he is on the a bit on the older side. He won't be super happy with us that he's gonna lose some opinion of us because we're recruiting him. We're forcibly recruiting him, but compared to him being stuck in prison and him potentially dying, he is a great fighter. His prowess is super high, and then he has some great traits that just make him a great opponent on the battlefield. So we're gonna see if he's gonna accept that. And then he is also a great fighter. And he also has some decent claims that we might be able to press because if we want to see, actually I want to see what territories these are. Excuse me. So he has some territories here in England that we could potentially take advantage of, but I don't. No, he has a claim on Montague, so I'm not going to be going to battle with them anytime soon. But if we start working down there and if he lives long enough, we might actually press some of his claims to. For now, we're going to also negotiate his release as well, because he too is a great fighter and he has a berserker ability and he's strong, so he's going to be helpful. And then what else do we have for prisoners that we can look at? So unfortunately, she's not worth much to us right now. She is not. We will negotiate her release purely for the fact that we've already working on releasing her husband. Whether she stays in our court or not, I care less. He's too young to really do anything. We might get a bounty, or we might get something from her, maybe not, because her husband is broke. And then he's just not worth it right now. Okay, so we're down to 4 prisoners. We'll see what happens over the next few months. We're going to potentially... I don't know. We're going to have to see what we're going to do with them in the future. But I'm not ready to hold a grand blot because I don't want to spend the gold necessarily on it yet. And there's not too much benefit because we're not huge into building up more piety right now because there's not much we can do with it. If we wanted to, we could try to make a divergent culture, which could go either way, but it's going to cost us prestige rather than... and really there's not much benefit to it, I guess, would be the or actually no, we don't want to divert, so we don't have enough really to try to reform the Astru faith. It's going to cost 5,000. That's just to try to keep some of this stuff intact, but in order to completely reform the faith, we have to have the faith itself has to control at least 3 sites, which I know we don't. And we're still missing, or my realm does not control 3 Astru sites, which it probably never will, because right now, if we look at zoom out here and look at the faiths map, these here are the holy sites for the Astruan religion. And in order for us to reform the faith, we would have to control 3 of these, which means the only one we might actually have a decent chance of taking over would be the holy site of Jorvik when we potentially start invading and taking over what would eventually become England if we don't take it over first. But then we also have to worry about taking over the Kingdom of Norway to take over the holy site of Ranaheim. And then we also have to try to get the holy site of Uppsala, which requires to take over the Kingdom of Sweden, which we're not in a position to do that right now. And we definitely are not in a position to try to fight this European region, nor this region down here. So right now, faith, while important to build up, is not super important for us currently, for the simple fact that we eventually want to reform it, but it's just not going to be possible for us right now because we're missing a lot of things. So that eventually we might make our own religion, which could be a thing, or we could adopt a new religion. We could become Catholic, or we could become I'm not sure what religion that is, I gotta double check, or Slovianska Pravda, which is a religion over here in the Russian region. And just don't know if we want to do that currently. I don't even think I know how to make my own religion, even if I wanted to. So for now, we are just going to focus on... So that's why we're not going to hold a grand block, because while it would give us some opinion bonuses to our courtiers, especially ones that follow religion, which everyone, I think, in our region should, everyone pretty much, I think, likes us anyways, except for a few... Yeah, most everyone is positive relations with us. So, good thing I checked on our courtiers, because we have an excellent commander here. Sounds to me pissed that we're going to fire him, but he's of a decent age. He's kind of young. It's only going to cost us 30 gold to recruit this guy. And, yeah, so we're going to recruit him. And we're going to change our commander, or our marshal, to him, because it's going to decrease the time that's going to take for us to get some county control, and he's going to give us some better commander traits. So, we're going to be going back to war again, which is because he had high control. I'm assuming that since they're calling on us to join in the war against the tyranny of Jarl Ragnar, so his control in these counties was super high, to the point where his vassals were not super thrilled, to the point that they met the conditions necessary to basically try to stage a coup, which, being that we don't want to risk losing this alliance, actually that's a lot of people that were not happy with him. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to do some serious work to try to help him out, but I think overall, yeah, our army alone dwarfs what they have available. So we're going to come in here and assist where we can. Speed up the time to cover these distances faster. And then we're going to aid in this war, and we shouldn't have an issue in these fights, because we're going to have better troops, theoretically, better commanders for sure, and our army size is just going to be bigger. So, we have a prompt here. Chieftain Alfir's French. I never expected I would grow as close to Chieftain Alfir as I have done in the past few years. On multiple occasions, he has proven himself to be a reliable and forthright man, with only my best interests at heart. So this would be super helpful in that we could become friends, which gives us some small bonuses. But now that we've sailed here, We're going to continue. So we're going to try to catch them before they can try getting away. And then they're going to basically play a game of running away from us. But eventually we're going to hit a point where they can't run anymore, which is going to be this point as they're going to be trying to embark and sail away. So we caught them finally. I think that's one thing I kind of hate, is that totally understandable considering the army size difference, but it's just annoying having to try to chase them around territories for the sake of trying to catch them. But as you see this battle, we've only lost, not about 400 people compared to they've lost about a third of theirs. So while we're sitting here though and waiting, and their armies are somewhat in shambles, we're gonna have the weaker of our army take on theirs, and we're going to assign him as our commander, and we're going to make sure he stays on top of tracking down these troops to give us the opportunity to start taking over the dissenting opponents' territory. So my champion Bercy has been wounded and his flesh has contracted a foulness and swelling, and the right kind of treatment can be administered, and Eliar is merciful, he should take it. So we are going to start searching for a physician again because we might need it here soon. And then our son here has become of age to marry, so we're going to look to seeing who is available and what kind of alliance power we can form, which I believe, where are they at? So they're all the way over there, and we are purely marrying them for the sake of alliances, so we're not really concerned about age too much or what abilities they have, because at the end of the day we're purely marrying them for the alliance's ability, which is we definitely need to start building up, because at the end of the day our goal is to take over the kingdom of Alba, which he has currently no alliances, and none of his kids are really old enough to marry, nor would they tend to marry them off for alliances except for things. So this is going to be an opportunity that once we finish putting down this uprising, we are actually going to probably strike and try to take over the kingdom of Alba. Now, if they'd have no alliances left. Court physician. So again, we didn't get one that has the good doctoral trait, but she has a decent learning capability. So she, we're gonna pick up this one because I'm tired. We're kind of wasting time not allowing, or not necessarily allowing, but not picking up a doctor, because we're kind of rolling the dice in the sense that we could get injured and or sick, and not having a physician means it's not going to end well for us. So now we're going to focus on, again, trying to put down this tyranny. Commander promoted. A marshal American has been showing off a promising new recruit. He may not be of his noble stock, so he easy enough, free knight essentially, and then we just, that's not going to end well. Why would super frustrating. Just because we're allies doesn't mean I necessarily appreciate you wanting to drag us into a battle with the kingdom of Sweden. The question is though, is Sweden trying to take over you? Yeah, okay, so yeah, Sweden's trying to take over them, and yeah, we don't have the capability to fight that. That is way more than we are capable of handling, even with the alliances that we have formed. So while we did accept to help them for the sake of not ruining our relations or taking some negative hits to our prestige and our fame and all that stuff, we're most likely not going to go help them, because it's not going to end well for us at the end of the day. So right now we're just going to continue focusing on taking over territory, which thankfully we are finally finished putting down this rebellion. And then rather than send our troops here to try to fight that, we're going to send our troops back home and wait until that war is over so we can start a war of our own. So we picked up another diplomacy lifestyle trait, and now we're going to have to start working down this way. So sway is going to become a little bit easier for us. We don't have many prisoner. We do, actually. So he would be a good pickup for the sake of he has a good commander's trait, but yeah, so a lot of these people are just not necessarily worth letting out just for their commander's traits alone, especially since we're doing pretty well on what champions we currently have. So we're going to focus on getting our troops back home. And let's see. Commander's been improved. Awesome. Wins was one of our prisoners. So for now, we're going to just disband our troops. One, it's going to start netting, giving us a positive income again. Start building prestige again. And then while we wait, though, since we have a fair amount of prestige built up and a decent and some income sitting there waiting to be spent, we're going to start constructing a few more buildings while we have the opportunity and we wait. Because gold is going to be important to us here in the near future. And then, while we're waiting for that war to conclude, we're going to do another round of raiding once Sweden's done. Awesome. So our couriers come back from the Byzantine Empire, and honestly, he's so rather than, we're going to switch these two out because he's a better fighter, which is kind of what we want. But while we're waiting, we're going to demand he converts, that way he's proper religion, and then he's going to be one of our fighters rather than our marshal. Okay, awesome. So we're going to go back to picking him as our marshal. And then, now that we're done with the Swedish war, we still have them as an ally. They're not as strong now, but I just want to double check to see if Alba here... No, still don't have any allies. We have roughly the same army size, and they have a crap ton of gold. So that's troubling in the sense that they can recruit a lot of mercenaries. A lot of mercenaries. How they get that much gold, I have no idea, because that's just insane. They must be... Oh, they're probably spending their piety to get coin from the church. Either way, that's a lot of gold, so that's something we have to worry about and factor in as well, because they have access to a lot of mercenaries that they could easily triple or quadruple their army size just off of mercenaries alone, which we wouldn't necessarily be prepared and or ready for. So with that being said, we're going to... Yeah, we don't really have a lot of choice. So we're going to raise all our men as raiders. And then we're going to pick up... Okay. Awesome. So we're now able to pick the first trait, which awesome. He picked up the trait that we wanted. Vengeful. We'll give him. That's gonna be super helpful. We'll let him keep the vengeful trait because otherwise he could pick up deceitful, which would be helpful if we wanted him to be. But it's also sinful to the religion, so we don't want to do that. And calm, which is not exactly what we're looking for either. So vengeful, perfectly acceptable, especially since we might look to. He's going to be a great steward, but I think I might want to get him to go down the combat tree because I want him to be a better commander because we're still going to be working on trying to build up our thing. And while granted the other tree he has would be helpful in the sense that managing the territories, it's no point really having it exactly if we don't have the territory to manage in the first place. So with this, we're going to be reassigning our spy master now. Unfortunately, we don't have a great backup spy master. At least I don't think we do. Oh, we do. We have a courtier here that actually has a good, so that's helpful. So we're going to reassign him and then assign this courtier here to be there, and then we're going to have you two link up here off the coast. And where are you? Jesus. Man, they really he's just doing a terrible job at managing his territories because yet again, he is defending in the war of tyranny. But we can also see here that if we were to turn down the offer of helping him, he would lose a massive amount of opinion from us. Like, he would lose a hefty amount of opinion from us, not massive. But we would also lose 750 fame, which right now we're only, I think, at level 2 out of 3, I believe. And we honestly can't afford to lose fame. So we're going to have to, unfortunately, help them out. Or I guess we'll drop our armies back off here so they can convert themselves into an actual proper army. And then we're going to go to war here. So I'm kind of confused where this tyranny is coming in. Oh, they called upon their alliance. Okay, that's why he's involved. Okay, that's easy enough to handle. So landing here, they're coming to fight us. It's an easy fight for us to win. And then rather than having our troops sit here and take attrition losses, we're going to have our larger army here start. Just sit over here for now. That way we don't have to worry about attrition too much. Because as you can see here, like, the supply levels on each territory is going to be different based on what infrastructure has been built in that territory. So before we do that, Saga Dynasty, okay, that's a fine name, don't care. But we look here, like, their supply limit for this territory here is 2,645, which if we had our army stacked full, we would start losing troops because our monthly attrition would be elevated because our troop count would be higher than what the territory can hold. So we are looking to keep our troops here, that way we don't take those attrition losses. So while we're letting the invading happening, taking over, and not to mention, once we start taking over these territories as well, is that they de facto become under our control temporarily, to the point that we can rebuild our troop levels and gain supplies while we sit in that territory, which is super helpful in that it's a benefit overall to conduct things that way. So now we're going to continue conducting war. Kingdom of Denmark. Who? So the Kingdom of Denmark got called into this fight as well. The Kingdom of Denmark isn't a super huge threat at the moment. So we're going to speed this up as we can start taking over these territories. And then now that we have these two territories kind of under control, we're going to actually send our larger army here to take over this territory here, because this is the person that essentially started the war. So if we wanted to take down, try to get this war to end quickly, we could go through the route of attacking every single settlement they have and gaining prestige and some coin along the way. We want to eventually get this war over quickly because we are burning a little bit of coin in doing this. But we just want this war because we want to get back to our goals. We want to get back to conducting business our way, which is not possible if we keep getting into combat because the leader here is terrible at his job and not able to get his people under control. So, Chieftain Kolbun has apparently committed a crime that is something we can fight him over, and we could go down the route of challenging him to combat to death or by gold. And his prowess is fairly decent at 20. And I think what's ours? We're at 28, and we have some great pickups that this, we're going to go for gold. If we lose stress, but if we win, we need the gold. So rather than fight to the death, and gain some prestige out of it, we'll gain gold instead. Okay, trial by combat. So here we go. So they committed the first move in that they did, I believe, this option. They kind of did the skill and poise attack because they had a medium increase to their likelihood of success and low increase to the risk of injury. And cool thing is that we have the option to increase our likelihood of success by quite a bit right off the bat, and we have no risk of injury in doing so because we are a shield swing. And then they performed a very risky maneuver, it looks like. So we will go with our safer option because I'd rather not lose stress if I don't need to, but this might be a good option because it'd make it harder for us to get injured. We're just going to go with the middle option. It seems like the best option for now. And then we could go the route. So, my form is excellent with little chance for mistake, and Kolbun's stance is incredible. I've yet to open up my opponent, so we're kind of evenly matched, so it's kind of hard to tell how exactly this fight will go just yet. So, we will take the stress to make it harder for us to be injured. Okay, my form is excellent. I've yet to open. Okay, so we're back to this, and we could lose our stress. But we're going to go with the shield swing option because if we look here, we gain this, which is dual edge rank 4. This character is accrued a certain amount of dual edge bonus in their current single combat. So we get +4 to prowess, which is going to make it more likely that we win the fight, which is what we happened. And in the heart of battle, there can be no forgiveness. Every mistake my foe makes is punished tenfold. Every sloppy error paid back with interest. My powerful cleaves carve away at my opponent, each one forcing them closer to precipice of defeat. Before long, I am able to knock the dagger from his grasp with a well-placed quick slash. Colby and stun briefly, but stammers and yield before I cut him down. So, justice been served. We get paid. And now we are going to get back to fighting our opponents on the battlefield. So I just want to check on our character's health currently. Okay, daughter-in-law Piri has given birth to a daughter. Since the little one is part of the Saga Dynasty, Ulfhildr is perfectly fine. Freya, I like to reserve those. I like to reserve the names I can properly pronounce and that just sound better for the characters that are going to be the ones that I might potentially raise or might be immediate children to the ones to my heirs or my characters. So rather than try to find the perfect one, we're just going to let that one ride and then still continue to move our troops down here to take over this town. And right now I'm going to take a drink. Okay, so we're at a brief pause here. If you're new to the stream and you're watching this watching the VOD, feel free, if you're able to subscribe to the channel, like the video. Every metric counts for me at this point, so I'd definitely be super appreciative of it. And also by subscribing, you'll get some notifications on when I will be going live again, which I normally try to be live Monday, Wednesday, Fridays is what I'm looking to do, pending I don't have any conflicting appointments. And then on top of that, I'm going to hopefully start releasing some playthroughs of other games that I will be recording on my off days to also kind of add content to the channel as well. Well, Crusader Kings is going to kind of be my go-to stream game for now. As I get comfortable in this, I have a laundry list of games I've been wanting to play and looking for good reason to, and I figure why not do some playthroughs and walkthroughs of those games and add to the channel in shorter series that hopefully be hour videos or less. But now let's get back to the game. Defender of Faith. There's a commotion among the children today. Glode was attempting to preach among her fellow youngsters and become the target of a small fight. Otter was furious that anyone could target someone attempting to speak on behalf of Thor and chased away the other children. So, with this, our Otter will pick up the Zealous trait, which is going to give him some more martial, get some increased piety. Or we could have him pick up the Brave trait, which is going to really increase his martial. We might do this one. Because granted, it does, if he goes into battle, it increases his likelihood of dying in battle by 100%. But if his prowess is high enough, necessarily doesn't have to worry about that. Or we could go down the Calm tree. So these two are actually great options that I would be happy with either one of those, but I think we're going to pick Brave because we're going to turn this child into a fighting monster. Potentially. Hopefully. Maybe. So, we're going to continue moving our troops along the way. And don't know why we're not assisting with this fight, but don't necessarily need to. And then here in a few seconds, this battle should be over for the simple fact that we have taken over the town in question. Before they get a chance to, we didn't take any prisoners, unfortunately. We did get some gold for occupying, but the battle is over, and now hopefully we're gonna get our troops back to our territory here so that we can actually start. Do we have any territories big enough to hold? So we're gonna send our troops back home to some different territories. That way they can start rebuilding their supply pool, because they're a little bit low on supplies right now and we want to go raiding, and that's what I want to do. Through that, we picked up some more diplomacy traits. So we're inspiring rule. Monthly prestige per powerful vassal on the council is plus 5%. We only have one vassal technically, so it's not a huge thing at the moment. And I'm wondering why our income raised armies. So armies. So I think our that stuff should be adjusted once they're full. And then so we're gonna sit here for a while, let them restock, maybe get about to 150 or so. Disband, raise all here. And then now this army is just about full by the time they get here. So now we're going to combine the two armies and have one big raiding party that will head down now to we convert to raiding party. That's what we want. Now we're gonna head back down here. Unfortunately, Brittany's still kind of mostly off limits because a lot of their stuff hasn't recovered exactly. So we're gonna start looking into this territory here. Yeah, this will actually be fine. We'll start working our way down to the Iberian Peninsula, which is roughly like Portugal and Spain. And we can see here that these territories are pretty lucrative on their own. We won't mess with the Sultanate of Al-Andalus because they have a very decent army, and I'm going to assume their likelihood of trying to put up a fight against us is somewhat high. But for now, we're going to actually just head into this territory and just start raiding down their coastline. And from there, we'll hit some of these territories over here, most likely. And then, with our eventual goal pending, we still have space available. We will start working along this coast here, probably make a stop here, and then we will start to raid here, potentially. And then we'll start hitting up Italy and some of these others. So there's a lot of coin that can be made in this area. It's just a matter if we're going to have the supply hold for it. But we have a massive raiding party of over 4,000 troops. And through raiding, we're going to lose troops periodically as we're going. But we should easily come out with over 300 gold and over 300 prestige in the process of this raiding attempt. So super fast raids, that's fine, because we kind of discussed it in previous videos, but our character here has the commander trait of Reaver, which increases our raid speed by 100%. And on top of that, through our strategist trait, we also have the trait living off the land, which increases our raid speed by another 25% on top of that, and increases our supply capacity by 200%. So we're raiding super fast, which you can see. We will look at this one here. It takes us less than a week to raid an entire village, so it's super easy for us to just kind of move through these coastlines super quick, basically get the money and run. And as we're slowly losing some troops here and there while we're raiding, but it's not affecting us so much to the point that, because we're raiding so fast, it's not really giving it the opportunity for us to lose troops. So we're maintaining a large pool of soldiers that we're able to just work through this super quick, and we'll have just that much larger of a prize pool essentially by the time we're done. Fire and Blood, a settlement of Alcir Dosal, an important stronghold. We just want the loot right now. Rather than, we could pick up this to help our buildings produce faster, but we need the money and prestige. So we're just going to continue raiding as we see fit. And then, so right now, just from this one territory, we've got over 200 gold just from that alone. So we're almost halfway full, and we haven't even gotten to the Mediterranean yet. Okay, so our kids are starting to have quite a bit of kids of their own. Blood and spit. Apparently Freitas' spit. Okay. It seems Otter is trying to tire Freitas out by not reacting to her bullying, no matter how many times Freitas calls him knave or slaps him across the back or cheek. So we have the option of picking up. He can maintain the calm trait, which is what he just picked up, which increases diplomacy by +1, intrigue by +1, stress loss by lose 10%, dread decay, and then, or we could have him pick up the trait deceitful, which I don't want to pick up the stress of letting him do that. So calm is fine, which is honestly kind of funny to think about, that he is not only vengeful and brave, but he's calm. So I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it just kind of makes things, these two traits I feel like kind of offset that in a way, but also makes me think of a good commander is calm and level-headed. So we can put in those protections, but we can just see that doesn't really matter much at all. So we're gonna get back to raiding, and these villages here, like there's like, you can just look at this money here, it's just crazy amount of gold that's offered here. And that's one thing I like about this game, is really kind of defying history to a sense, because I don't know, I would have to do some research behind it, but I'm not for sure if there's ever anything recorded in history of the Vikings necessarily making it to the tip of Africa or into the Mediterranean, at least not by sea. I would have to do some research to confirm that or not, but it just doesn't, it seems unlikely to me a little bit. So we have quite a bit of prisoners here that we can ransom. Quite a bit of prisoners that are worth a lot of money. Mayor Saga is... What happened to your... Oh, that sucks. That's super unfortunate that one of our daughters, her husband, was executed by Ragnar the Foolish of Northumbria. Totally missed that in the notifications, I guess, unless it didn't show it to us. But this also just opens up the opportunity for us to gain some more alliances, which we already have an alliance with them. Come here, where are you at? Sure, we will pick this up. Another small alliance. Excellent. And then we're going to get back to raiding. We're over halfway full. So I'm sure once we've kind of finished here, that'll probably put us pretty close to the mark. Betrothed can marry. Okay, so she's came of age that they're able to be married now. Perfect. Resolidify that alliance. And then now we are going to hop up here. And I feel like this, once I finish raiding this area, this is probably what's going to fill us up the rest of the way. So another one of our champions wants to become a member of Fight for the Byzantines, which is great. It's going to make him stronger. Better at night when he comes back. Got a lot of people have been doing that. I think that's the most troops, I think, in this playthrough is probably the most people I've had wanting to go fight in the Varangian Guard. Which, I mean, it's super helpful because it's giving me some great fighters and everything like that. That's awesome. So we have some of our guys, due to the Marshals training that I've got going on, since we don't have to we're not worrying about any control in our county being low. I have my commander here, or my Marshal, training commanders, and one of our commanders picked up a really good trait, which is Aspiring Blade Master, which is a pretty cool trait to pick up. Alright, we're gonna go head back and drop off. Finish ransoming some of these people. So at the same time, well, I'm probably spending some of this gold on building up some more infrastructure. I'm also wanting to build up gold, that way when I go to war with Alba here, like we can see he's just constantly amassing gold, which means his troop count is actually massively high too. He's gonna be able to recruit more guys though, and like I need to be able to fight against that as well, which currently we're not able to do because just that gold amount alone and how much mercenaries the Catholics have access to, especially since they're on the mainland here, like he's gonna be able to recruit a ton of people, and that could easily just make it so my people get overwhelmed super easily. So we are actually going to put our son in charge of the raiding party now, because we are going to host our family's grand rite, which is something that we get because we have a coven built. More the merrier, totally fine. But it's always just fun building this up. Okay, grand rite. The full moon rises. As the moon rises in the heavens, heralding her arrival, I can feel my body trembling to the strange series energies in the air. The silhouettes around the great bonfire are silent and unmoving, waiting for which is to come. So I have some challenges here that I can perform, and that I can read from the ancient grimoire, play some tricks and sounds with shadows. We're gonna go with the one that we're mostly gonna succeed with, because that makes me nervous because I've failed numerous times on 25% checks. This one, not too bad, but we're gonna go with 90% chance of success because it makes the most sense. So we succeeded, had a great grand rite, to the point that we can unlock a martial lifestyle perk from this person. Share her carnal gifts with someone, which I think carnal, I don't know if that's have them potentially, which don't really want them to join our court because granted they have high prowess, cool, we can't recruit them to be a fighter, unfortunately. But we will learn the art of strategy, so we can pick up a trait from here, and let's see here. So what natural, we'll go with the natural dread. Okay, so we're gonna send grand rite until next time. So we're gonna send the raiding party back out, have them continue with what we were starting, and we'll just work along the coast here. Granted, the coast looks like it's been raided pretty heavily, but there is still options here, which so we're going to start here. And the goal maybe is to hopefully get our son here also pick up the Viking trait, which will be super helpful if we're able to do that. And then he's almost of age. Hold the Grand Blot, not super wanting to that, but we are going to host a feast though. This will give us reduce our stress, which we can see down here in this bar that we lost 30 stress from this. And those that attend the feast will get a better opinion of us too. And sometimes some cool stuff can happen from the feast as well. So, every guest gains 10 opinion of us. We can afford to do this. And then we will take the prestige over losing some of our wife's opinions. And then until next time, and we gain the trait Eager Reveler because we've been hosting a lot of feasts. And while we're at it as well, we're going to host a hunt. I find this one would be ironic. So we have Hunt Wildflowers. This hunting trip has been less than fruitful so far. Some of our party appear to have given up completely or attempting at making the best of a lovely day outside. But what on earth is my courier Kraka doing? She is crouched down on the ground, humming cheerfully. My lord, look. There are many useful herbs and flowers here. This one can soothe aches, while this one aids in the recovery of a broken humerus, and this one is said to ward off lover's pox. She keeps blabbing about the plants she's collected instead of being on the lookout for prey. Being that our character is a witch, I find this highly ironic. But again, we're not super concerned with piety, so we will lose opinion of her, but we're going to gain some prestige out of this. And then while we're sitting here waiting for them to do what they need to, so building's done there. Have you build some palisades? The hunt's over. Have you construct some war camps, and then have you construct the gathering halls. So now that we have a lot of our markets built, our infrastructure starting to round itself out to the point that we may need to look into taking over the next bit of territory we're wanting to do. For vassalization, which I want to see if he would accept it. So he would not accept the vassalization offer just because his base reluctance is already 50. We're not the rightful liege. His realm is distant from ours, but I mean it's an island, so if it wasn't for the island, them being distant from us, that they would actually accept us offering them vassalage. But unfortunately, we're not able to do that. So what we're going to do is finish our rating here. So we're going to zoom through all this. The Age of Knowing. Yep, so this is the option again to, he hasn't quite hit adulthood yet, but this is the option for him to pick up the witch trait, which he did. Ransom. Yeah, so we will accept that, and then we're going to push off to this next territory. And again, just work our way through as we gain gold, prestige, because these guys are just loaded with money. It's almost disgusting. And then picking up prisoners along the way that we're also building up our own pool of gold. Commander promoted. That is a big guy. Nice. He's going to be a great fighter as well. Big guy. Okay. So we're done here. Don't care about there too much. See, a Biza here. Holy cow. Biza is a huge pocket of money. So again, we're just cycling through these territories. Otter comes of age. With his coming of age, my tuition of Otter is an end with sufficient tutelage. So I think that means he... High Chiefesses Renhilder's contributions towards Otter's education cannot go unmentioned. Her guidance has helped the child reach further than I could have alone. So he also gained 3 stars into Skilled Tactician. So he's 16. Picked up a pretty decent commander's trait, and now he's of age that can... King Ragnar the Foolish. What is his... This will be funny to see. Oh, Kingdom of Danelaw, okay. So this would... He's technically our ally, and I don't want to lose him as an ally because... So yeah, we're just going to fight him for gold because he's actually a huge ally to the point that we could potentially take on our opponent here with his assistant, because I know we have close to 4,000. We might actually be able to go to war. So we're going to challenge him to trial by combat for gold. Unless he chooses someone else to fight for him, which would really kind of suck and be... Nope, we are both fighting. Okay, so we're just going to kind of cycle through this. Like, considering my prowess, even at my guy's age compared to his, like if we lose this fight, serious issue. And this one... And easy enough. Gain some gold out of it. Justice is served. Solidify the marriage. And excellent. Okay, cool. So, again, we're going to finish working through this territory. Here, we're almost about full up. How many prisoners do we have? Okay, we're starting to work through our prisoners. And we're just building up our massive amount of gold for ourselves. So we can't do this anymore because Italy took over that island. They're kind of a big, but these will suffice. So we're going to start working our way across the boot of Italy here. Family craft. I am just finishing up the day's business in my council chambers when my wife, I choose her inhaler, saunters in with her sister, eagerly at her heels. So I put down the ledger. So cool, we are having the ability to... Granted, they're revealing another set of regalia for us, which we already have, but we have the potential of getting a better set, possibly. Or at the very least, a set... So spend some gold to get higher quality. Okay. Sure, why not? We'll end up putting him on the front line. He might not last very long, but he might actually pick up some traits. So that's awesome, is that our player here is picking up more commander traits from our general to the point that he's going to have quite a few commander's traits, which is going to make him that much stronger, especially since we're going to be starting fighting opponents of differing faiths than us. So he's going to have an advantage due to his Holy Warrior fate. So we want the renown. That's going to be fine. and finish. Player Aaron, his first kid, unfortunately does not pick up any inheritable traits, but Otter has a son named Otter. Fantastic. So we are pretty much full up now. We are low on supplies. So we are going to send our troops back home, because now our goal here is to prepare to go to war, potentially with Alba. Potentially. Granted, he's got some more strong alliances, but he's also at being under attacked by Denmark. So this might be a good opportunity. And we're hopefully that maybe during this war that he is under with our ally here. Our hope is that maybe he's going to start spending some of this gold to hire mercenaries. In which case it will put off our ability to assault him for a couple years as those mercenary contracts would expire, but it also presents us the opportunity to hopefully he burns through the bank of gold that he's kind of making at this moment. Who are your... Okay. So we're going to invite champions because we want to make sure our champion pool stays fit and healthy. There was someone that they said that we had guests. Okay, so we have a good fighter with him. Oh, they have a lot of good entry people that I could possibly recruit, but not a huge thing to worry about at the moment. Okay, so yeah, we're not concerned about any of you guys right now. Eventually, I think all those people will probably die in prison, which sucks for them, but I've got more important things to be focused on at the moment. Oh man, we lost a lot of troops from that trip. Thankfully, we maintained all of our daughter Sif died unfortunately from mysterious circumstances. Interesting. Cool. That's super unfortunate. Gained some stress out of it, but we are starting to get up there in years. Hofgodi. Do we have anyone better? We are going to make our physician the Hofgodi. One, because she already likes us. Two, she has a better learning traits. Another knight. He's actually really good with prowess and overall martial capability. Man, troops, very high prowess. Oh, this guy's a future marshal, I imagine. Force. Allow. Force. Recruit to court. Force. And force. Okay. So now we're going to disband our raiders because I just want to see. Yeah, so this would be not great for us at the moment, due to the simple fact, like, yeah, they're massive. So we might look to start. We can't do anything with that. Break our alliance, but we could pick up the Kingdom of Danelaw potentially. Shit. So we have a hope here that he dies soon and forced divorce. What would that? So unfortunately, sucks for our daughter that we did that to her, but awesome. So we hit that mark now that we were looking to, which is we hit the writing history perk. So now, especially we have quite a bit of gold to dump into this too, we can commission an epic. So we automatically will gain prestige from it, but we also gain an artifact in that we can recruit some good people to write the story for us. So now what we can hear is that my family epic seems to be progressing well, and some lines are already sound like they will be quoted for decades to come, but Hissinger has a lot of questions about the focus of the story. It'd be easier to answer if he wrote it all first, then I could tell him what I dislike about it, but he insists he needs answers now. So we can choose 3 different options here. We could go down the route of it should focus on me and my destiny, of course, which we would gain prestige from. We could go down the route of it's a family history, so be generous, so we want renown, or we can gain piety. We want the renown because we want this to build up. So we can start getting more of those dynasty traits. In order to do that, we need to build renown, which is hard for Vikings because you'll have some dynasty here. Like we can look at the Carling dynasty, and looking up their legacy tree is they already have an entire one full. But we can look at the renown is that they have quite a bit of renown just because they have multiple family members in high positions of power, whether they're kings, duchy or dukes, duchesses, lords, ladies, all that stuff. And that's how you want to generate renown, is by having all of that. And right now we don't. We are a very insignificant family, obscure, and until we start moving into the south here, or actually, hold on a sec. This might actually make our lives super easier. We can forget about the Kingdom of Alba here, and actually, this must have just recently changed hands, and very large for a large territory. They don't have a ton of troops, so we are actually, and they'd have no alliances right now. So we're going to choose the option. We have the level prestige needed to do this. We have enough prestige to do this, but we can actually attack and form, at least take over his territory to form the Kingdom of Noragar, which is Norway. We are a part of that, so this is actually super helpful. Actually, this is a surprise to me, honestly. One that I'm not going to let this opportunity slip, though. So we are going to raise the armies. Okay, striker, courtier, son. Gormer's fine. Okay, so now we are going to charge onwards because this is a huge opportunity. Like, I was not expecting that to happen. I was worried. I didn't realize that Sweden had broken up, because initially Sweden had all of this territory. But I'm assuming since they had more than one kingdom title, so that's what happens with partition if you don't have an election going, is that through partition, if you say I don't think they're brothers though, so it doesn't really matter, but say he passed away and these kids are the ones that are alive. He's got one more, right? And he had multiple kingdom titles. So say whoever was in charge of this area had the Kingdom of Sweden, the Kingdom of Denmark, and the Kingdom of Norway. If they had enough kids to inherit that, being that kingdom is the top title, I think below maybe empire might be the next one. But if they had enough heirs to divide it up, those kingdoms would be divided between them because they're all the same tier of holding. And unfortunately, that's just how it happens if you're in that partition mode. We were kind of skirting around that through the Scandinavian elective, which I don't know if they have that enacted in this territory. They potentially might. We will find out here once we actually finish taking it over. But let's see here. For the family epic, my daughter-in-law Puri seems to be the latest person to have listened to the excerpts from the family epic. Your great-great-grandfather was a fascinating and resourceful figure, she tells me. If we let it be known that you are even half as underhanded as he is, people will think twice before acting against you. So if we choose this option, we will gain 13 dread. Receive the family book artifact, which improves our book will increase hostile team success and will gain 300 intrigue lifestyle, which we're not. Intrigue lifestyle is fine. I don't think that's enough for us to get a intrigue lifestyle point out of, so not a huge deal. Or we can claim he was honorable and upstanding and gain prestige out of it. Hostile scheme resistance would be super helpful, especially in the stage that we're about to go to, because we might be pissing off some people. And it's also going to help our son or heir in the way that if his brothers get a bit feisty and want to try to overthrow him through subterfuge and intrigue, he'll have defenses against that. So we're going to pick up that option. Family epic, the song of our people. I mull over the last few lines of Hissinger has provided me from my family epic, and as I start humming, I realize it follows the same rhythm as one of my tribesmen's favorite songs. If the story of my ancestor was set to such a memorable melody, it would never be forgotten. So again, we can go the route of, we would gain 75 renown right off the back, or we could do possible outcome in that we have a 20% chance of gaining 150 prestige, 75 renown. Then we have a 60% chance of gaining just prestige, and then a 20% chance that we lose prestige. I'd rather go for just a straight renown because prestige is not a huge thing for me at the moment that I care about, because our character's getting a bit older in age, so he might not be around for much longer. And then on top of that, we're looking to get those dynasty traits. Family epic, honesty and perception. My friend Chieftain Alfir is listening to my family epic as it is slowly coming together. A lot of it is not very plausible, such as the part with the hewing of the mountain, he tells me. On the other hand, who is to say what the past is like? If you are already doing embellishments, why not take it as far as you can? So we're just kind of getting a bunch of extra bonuses here. I want this book to be the best as possible, so while we don't really need the learning lifestyle experience, we will also get some personal scheme success chances too. So as much as the renown would be nice, and the prestige would be nice, this book is just going to be that much better for a bunch of different reasons. Okay. So Hinsner has completed my family epic, and what a glorious song he has composed. It is high drama, moral quandaries and intense duels. Everything my family has been forged from is in there. Even the part with the healing the mountains, seemingly so far-fetched, has become a touching moment outlining the destiny of my house. So the book's been completed. We gained some renown from it. We gained prestige from it. And we also gain the artifact of Saga's Saga. So with that, we can go into here, trinkets now, and we have another thing. And that gives us, the book gives us a plus 0.1 per month to our prestige. We gain hostile scheme resistance of plus 8 and a personal scheme success chance of plus 12%. So super, super helpful. At the same time, he has such a high learning, and he is relatively young. And I have enough gold to do this. I'm willing to join him to court, because then I can go up here and, well, I can't necessarily change the Hofgoatee yet. My son character will once he takes over. And for now, though, we can actually put him as our antiquarian. And this opens up the ability for us to commission artifacts for ourselves as well. Which, being we already have regalia, we don't have a crown yet, but we do want to build a weapon, because that's going to give us some prowess and some other bonuses as well. So right now we're going to start actually building up our artifact pool. That way we can start making our characters better. And I'm not super picky on what kind of weapon she's going to build, so I'm going to trust their judgment, because that might help increase the let's see here. So we took over one town, and we have basically won the war already, in that we could just end the war now. Super easy. I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to enforce demands, and then we're going to disband all of our troops now. And this is where things get interesting, is that right now, technically, actually, I gotta look at some of the stuff right now, because we are severely over a holding limit. And how many out of these Chiefdom of Norway do we own? So we can't make the Chiefdom of Norway just yet, apparently, because we don't have... How is he still... I'm pretty sure I took over the Kingdom of Norway. That doesn't... I'm pretty sure I was fighting for this. Okay. Well, that makes things a little difficult as I try to figure out... Where's Shamaland? Okay, so now I can see what we do. Now we can actually usurp. It's going to cost us gold, but we gain a lot of prestige, but really we want the title. We have enough everything for the title, so there, okay. I was super confused there for a sec, trying to figure out what the heck was going on, because I was not expecting that. But now we can see we have created the Norwegian court. As king, you have new duties and responsibilities. You will now be expected to regularly hold court, solving the disputes of the realm, and letting your courtiers take part in your daily routines. Doran is looking sternly at me in direct, almost lecturing way. Perhaps there is also some pride in his eyes, which, I mean, that's our player here. No, it's our chancellor. He starts to unfold a beautiful banner bearing the emblem of House Saga, one of the ways in which the world will now judge your rules by how you adorn and care for your royal court. I have taken the liberty to have this made as a gift to mark the beginning of your royal tenure. So, now that we have there's a lot of stuff we have to do now that we have formed a kingdom. And as we look up here, we have a bunch of stuff we have to kind of start divvying out duchies and vassals and all that stuff. So before I get too in depth with that stuff, currently I'm gonna take a quick break here. I need to get something to drink, grab something to eat real quick, and then when we come back, we will get into forming the kingdom of Norgar. Essentially, we're going to get the kingdom of Norway started, which is happened a lot faster than I was expecting and a lot less work. So I'm glad we had built up that gold to do that. So that being said, going to take about like a 5-10 minute break. Gives me a chance to, I got taken care of a few things, going to grab something to snack on real quick, and then as soon as we're back, we will get back into the game and starting our tenure as the King of Norway. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, we are back. I apologize, it took a little bit longer than I was expecting. I was having a small conversation with my suite mate here in the barracks, just about some housekeeping stuff. So, super apologize for that taking a little bit longer than I was expected. Got some water, got some snacks, and we are good to go to pick up where we left off after I drank a sip of water. Okay, so we are going to start off our tenure with hosting court. So we have our courtroom here. We have a bunch of our courtiers here, and then we have some of our champions and all that stuff. And we have court artifacts. So we have our Saga Dynasty house banner, and then we have the Dynasty banner, and those two alone, if we look here, their abilities here is that the large wall ornament of the Dynasty banner gives us plus 0.1 prestige per month, and we get plus 0.02 renown per month. So, and the independent ruler of Penimus is plus 2, and our court grander bonus goes up by 1. And then with the house banner, which we also will have set up, we get plus 0.05 prestige per month and plus 0.02 renown per month, and independent ruler goes up by 2. So we are going to want to set up both of those for the sake of gaining the benefits from them, and then we can see that our renown boosted up as well, for the simple fact that we are now if I can get this to work properly. This thing's fickle sometimes. Anyways, so with this renown is in the sense that the more titles that kind of titles that you hold and the titles that your family holds, it increases the renown that your dynasty inherits. So, being that we are a king, that's going to increase our renown one way. And then as we get further into the game, the more kingdoms my dynasty is in control of, that's going to be more renown too. So as we start taking over kingdoms, we're going to, as much as we might want to try and build a massive empire to, basically just take over everything and just have everything fall under our tomb, that might not be the smartest option for the sake of, or while we may eventually get to the point where we build the Empire of Scandinavia, and then when we do that though, if we can manage to take over the Empire of Scandinavia, we can start assigning kingdoms to our kids or any other people in part of our dynasty, and that's also going to increase the vassalization as well. So but thing is now though, if I can catch my thought real quick, we need to start looking at disseminating all this territory, because right now it shows that we have 14 out of 6 holdings that you're allowed to have. So it's not exactly great. So, but we are able to divvy these territories up and gain some good recruits from it. And we can also form duchies as well, which you can hand out, that can also manage stuff as well. But first though, one of our options here is we can vassalize Jarl Brynjolf, because he is technically de jure part of our thing, and he likes us, so he will accept, and he's going to become part of the Kingdom of Norugar. This point, this is where things might start unfolding, is that as things start becoming part of the Kingdom of Norway, we can start just soaking up all these territories in that let's see here, what not as rightful liege, who is your rightful liege then? Okay, so they're part of that kingdom. So we basically right now, I think, have majority of the territories that are part of the Kingdom of Norugar. Yeah, we pretty much had it all except for a few here, and I think that's really it. Yeah, we basically have everything except for this little sliver here and this little bit of territory here. Other than that, we pretty much have 100% thing. So, what we need to do though is that right now the Kingdom of Noragar is set up under the male preference Confederate partition, which we can look at this. Under Confederate partition, your titles will be divided equally between your children. New titles will be maybe created for your younger realm heirs. With this, we have our heir set up to take over just Iceland. But you can look here, is that they're really not in the line for anything here, for the fact of they are now our player heir for the kingdom, but we want to fix that. So what we're going to do is that we are once again going to set up the Scandinavian elective. The only thing is though, is once we do this, as we look, is that we have a huge voting streak, but now as compared to the elections we had going on here, we have a bunch more people to compete against. But most of these people, I don't think they can really pale in comparison to the sway that we have. So what I need to do in fixing this is we need to change Earldom of Iceland, Noragar. So we want to set up him to be our successor. So right now he is rank 1. So we're going to resume the game just to see how people are going to start voting though. So they may be starting to vote for other people, and right now we picked up a few people are starting to agree with us, which is good. But you can look down here is that some of these people that they're looking to vote other people in, and they're not even part of my dynasty, which is the problem. But most of the people look like they're kind of on board with our pick, or at least enough that we have basically the voting is secured in our favor. So Rixcody doesn't support us, which is unfortunate, but we will send them a gift to fix that. And then we'd also look at that our income is quite high right now, but the thing is we could do better once we get these territories under control. So what territory will we lose? Okay. So let's see here. What territories are we looking at? So now we're going to start wanting to sway people to start. So we're going to increase the opinion in him by giving him territory as part of his, de jure county. And then now we can't really make any of these duchies because we don't have the gold to do it currently. We don't care about that. But also in taking over this territory, all these territories are kind of pissed. So we're going to start looking at what ones we can start taking care of the quickest and then kind of work from there. So we're going to have to do a lot of territory control. We are going to, rather than worry about foreign affairs, we're going to set our chancellor to worry about domestic affairs and increase vassal opinion, as well as end internal wars, forced partition for vassals, and lower his thing's so low that kind of bites us in the butt. And right now we're also just kind of looking to see if we have any better people for certain positions. And right now we're kind of the best we're going to get at the moment, which is unfortunate. But we can start assigning some of our vassals into positions, that way they start liking us, because at the end of the day we want to try to avoid our vassals being so angry with us that they want to host or pose a coup. So we're going to set up this. We want to set the ascension and as much as I'd like to set up in Reykjavik, it's not going to let me. Clout Ruin Stone, I think that's going to increase either prestige or renown, which would be super helpful. Or levy size, actually. So what locations is that going to let us set it up in? I'm not sure. Chieftain of Rogland. Chieftain of Hydemark. It's in there. So. No, we are gonna set it up in Hydemark. So I'm not super concerned about that at the moment. But powerful vassal, expensive position. Unfortunately, your skills are all subpar, so I'm not inclined to acquiesce your request. So we're gonna ignore that. But what we'll start doing is starting to work on swaying our vassals. So it makes it easiest to try to figure out what we have. Pass this law. But we're gonna look at our vassals and kind of look at most of them are neutral, but if we can get them to start agreeing with us, I guess is the best way to do it. That's gonna increase the amount of money that we generate, but it's also gonna increase someone's raiding us, which I'm not super thrilled about. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna raise all our troops in this territory to stop the raiders. Okay, so that's gonna be a losing fight. That's not gonna. We don't need to worry about that. Anyways, as I was saying, we have a lot of stuff we have to manage here, which is starting to become a little bit frustrating as I try to figure out what the next options are. But what we will do, though, is actually gained a rival. Feud broke out. Okay, that's fine. I don't care too much about that. Think of it, we should be able to offer vassalage. Yep. Okay, so we can have this territory fall under our rule as well, because we are now technically their leader. Excellent. And cool thing is that we now have the most territories under our control of the Norse culture, which means moving forward, pending we don't lose any territories, we can actually, if we want to, we can reform the Norse culture, which we don't want to do right now anyways, but we can also start picking out what our cultural innovation is. So that basically means that we get to basically choose what our culture is focusing on as far as these civic innovations. And right now, the last thing they're working on is the causes belly, which we can use individual de jure county causes belli, which is not a huge thing for the Norse. So we're not going to focus on that, but we might do is work on city planning instead. We're not going to live long enough to see this finished, but this is going to open up the ability for us to start working on some new buildings. Or we could actually, I was interested in trying to figure out what. We're going to do crop rotation. Crop rotation seems like the best option right now. So we're going to focus on that rather than causes belly, and then start working on those things. And then we're going to be working on. And then while we're here, secrets and lies. Days go by without even a cross my mind, but each time I catch Asbjorn's eye at court, I can think of nothing but his crimes. I wonder how many at court know, perhaps none, perhaps all. The truth will be out eventually, and it will not do my reputation any good to have such scandals in the courts in the midst. I think the only thing we have to worry about is him being a witch, which we don't want to out that because he can then expose us. So we're going to take a huge stress hit from it. But we unfortunately have to, because I don't want to expose him as a witch, because then they can potentially expose us, which is not good. But being that we took such a huge hit from that, we had a mental break. We hit stress level 1, which sucks because now we had to start worrying about these. These are pretty negative, not necessarily super negative traits, but they allow us to reduce our stress loss. Or we could risk having another mental break, in which case we're just going to commit all in. And yeah, we're going to go all in because I don't want to pick up those traits. Our character, I don't think, is due for much longer, especially now we're poor health due to the stress. It's just not something willing to risk quite yet. So, Chieftain Snorri and Chieftain Sigrider are among the most powerful vassals in my realm. I never know how to keep them happy so they don't go around stirring up too much trouble. Perhaps flattery will go a long way to go. So this is something for our inspiration for the weapon that we're building, and for the sake of, yeah, we're gonna actually dedicate this to them because it's gonna increase both of their opinions of us. And where's our army is at? Okay, so I'm gonna disband all of these for the moment. We're not gonna host a grand blot. We will hold court though. Here are petitioners. Sitting on my throne, I gesture for my guards to open the doors of the hall and assure people file in. Okay, I count 3 petitioners. Here's the first one. The next petitioner is an extremely angry chieftain Gear of Estrelaer. While the briefest of deference is shown, Chieftain Geir relays that some of my knights led by Morrigan have passed through his chieftain. They have looted and pillaged, and let's see here. Yeah, we will sacrifice the money so we can build some next one. I should like to be amid all the supplicants, Toasty, who I thought was a prisoner in house arrest, somehow appears before my throne. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, to the dungeon. Call to war. Oh, munificent King Frege, I have traveled far to ask for your aid in righting a great injustice. The man in front of me bows deeply before continuing with his well-rehearsed plea. My cousin Jarl certainly sits on the throne of Jylland, but I am true and rightful ruler of those lands. If you aid me in pressing my claim, I shall swear fealty to you and serve you loyally until the end of my days. Pardon me as I try to get his tangerine peeled, and is not going. So I think Jylland is the territory that is in England, which I think we should have a decent. I'm gonna have to double check just to make sure it's either England or one of the Swedish territories, which one or the other we'll have to see. This tangerine has absolutely kicked my butt. There we go, fine. Okay, cool. Nice and juicy too. Okay, so he is essentially wanting us to attack the Duchy of Jylland, which we could theoretically do. We have the manpower, and they don't have enough alliances really to put up much of a fight, because I think their only ally is this territory here, which is relatively weak. So that could prove beneficial for us, because if we accept his thing, he said they should swear fealty. So we have the means to doing so, so why not? So we already have part of our things here. So we're going to set our armies to be raised here. Okay. So our weapon has been finished. Beneficiary Mayor approaches me with a wide grin. Nice. So we have the Warhammer, and we'll have that equipped. And unfortunately, I don't know why our troops. So actually, I do know why, because we have too many duchies. Okay, so we're gonna have to start divvying this stuff up real quick, because right now we're getting no benefits from any of these. But this also gives us a chance to start. Are you the one that has the... This gives us a chance to grant two. We need a better one of these. No, we don't need a better one of those. What console positions do we need to fix? So we're already gonna fix that. So now it just comes down to granting it to whoever we want. Grant him these two titles. Grant this and this to you. And then what else do we have that we can grant? Okay, so we have these ones over here. Grant to you these three. So we lost our Spy Master, but we have an okay one as a replacement. I just want to double check. Grant to, do we have a... Yeah. We are going to grant it to you because you're young enough. And then now we have a super jacked Spy Master. We have a pretty decent Chancellor. We have a very good Steward. And basically we... Our granddaughter... Nice. She can become a shield maiden. King Ragnar the Foolish. We are going to call him to war to aid us because apparently we lost a lot of available troops. Excellent. Okay. So we're still trying to figure out what we need. Oh no, there's our... Now that we're no longer under the effects of having too many troops, we can look that our army just massively grew by a crap ton. And our income's back to semi-normal. So, yeah, we are gonna actually merge you two together. And we are gonna sail off to... basically start the conquest. And right now I don't know where his armies are exactly. I'm hoping they didn't already set sail. I don't think they have. Is he under combat with anyone else? No, he's only at war with us. So secret truth has reached the light of day. My vassal chieftain has an extramarital affair with his lover. His crime cannot go unpunished. Will I lose him? No, but what I will do is grant a pardon. And there. Secret exposed, who cares? Okay, so we are now at level 3 stress. We had a mental break. And 50% chance... 24% chance of Outer Saga is killed by you. Yeah, we're not going to kill our player heir because that's going to suck. So we're going to go insane. So what we might do, though, is finish this War of Conquest and then redirect our focus to potentially doing something that's probably going to be controversial, but I don't see too much of an option. So we're going to speed through this war because it's going to be region warfare has ended. Jarl no longer holds the claim, any of the claimed counties. He does though. I guess we're not going to... let me double check the couriers I have, because he... I'm going to find that guy, because I didn't think I would have lost all that. But apparently we did. Huh, interesting, cool. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Start fixing county control again. We're gonna start going from... we'll start from west to east. But, as I mentioned before, kinda... let's see. Yeah, we're going to... because it's high time, unfortunately. His health is poor, so he's gonna be kind of on the downslope as it is, and actually we don't want to do that because that's level of splendor. I mean, I don't think we can get much lower. Actually, we're not going to do that because we can't afford to lose level of splendors. So I guess we're just gonna have to sit and suffer. So what we could do, though, in the meantime, is Someone's formed the Vikings. I think technically we should be able to do that as well. Secure the kingdom of the High North Sea, which... Though I doubted at first, I'm becoming convinced through gossip at court that Jarl Bodvar wants to be dead, all because of a competing claims. All Saga is game to him. Yeah, I'm not super concerned. No fighting. No fighting. Okay. So walk into the room. As Bjorn turns to face me, I'm glad you're here, Frage. Won't you please talk some sense into your son, Chieftain Balder? He is completely unreasonable. You're both acting like kids. Either way, doesn't matter, because as we look here, we are on death's doorstep. Because we have a high stress level, so we are most likely going to pass away here relatively soon. So, but if I did things correctly, we should be okay in the sense that we don't have to worry about losing anything. I want to double check the elections just to make sure. So yeah, that one's fine because we're the only elector in that. In the Kingdom of Norugar, because we have hooks, he's already voting for us anyway. Okay, so yeah, everyone's pretty much on board, so we can probably just zip through this and go till the point that we potentially pass away. So, how does King... Okay, they must have taken over a new territory. Is culture still the same? Crop protection, yeah. Titles can be created. So the Northern Isles. So we're going to start creating duchy titles. Because... Diplomacy perk available. A little fame impact, that's not going to really matter here relatively soon. Spy should come while we do not know that someone's attempting to kill my champion. Don't care too much, don't care about this. Daughter. Relevance. Alliance power. What's your... Oh, that's a very healthy size army. Sure, why not? Then our granddaughter and champion. Let's see. Alliance power. But I don't... We want matrilineal marriage for them, because that way they're going to still be married into... House Vestberg. No, never mind. Why are they marrying into that house? Who... Granddaughter, who's your fucking parents? Why are you marrying into that one? Why are you part of that dynasty? Oh, it's because we married into this crap. Okay, so we want to try to get them in back into house. Alliance alliance power. We're gonna go with pure alliance power because we're not gonna dick around this too much. See, I do want to keep her around as a champion, though. That's the only thing. So unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna marry her off quite yet. I'll keep her open, especially if we get into large battle situations. She might be a clutch thing to have in case we need to recruit or get some alliances. Done. So our marshal's almost done increasing the county control. So this guy is crimes against me are reprehensible. Meet me in single combat and let. So even at my character's age, we still have a decent amount of prowess. And then compared to him, he has a lot more. So this might prove interesting in that I feel like we are probably going to lose this. Battle, unfortunately. I don't okay, so figured that was gonna happen. Okay, you have died. King Frege of Norgar's soul has finally been cast to hell at 62 years of age. He was slain by Jarl Bodvar the Foolish of Norland in a duel. Cursed with a disturbed mind, he was known throughout his lands as a raving lunatic. King Otter ascends the throne being a talented military tactician. Many expect him to lead the realm to many victories on the field of battle. So, thanks to our voting, we have got the proper person that we wanted as far as who we want to take charge. We have lost, unfortunately, a few titles, but that's basically because we gave them to our brothers. So they're still going to be in the overall territory of ours, but we still kept most of the territories that we wanted. And then show lineage, yeah. So he continue as King Otter. Super unfortunate. Was bound to happen. Can't say I'm surprised. So we're going to start reassigning our vassals. Don't know why we're not having our massive one. It's unfortunate, but I guess for now we can do that. Our primary heir is of the wrong dynasty. So now that the only downside to the voting system is when power switches over, we have to contend with fighting to make sure we can maintain that power. Unfortunately, that means we have to contend with everyone else vying for the crown. But we still have a relatively decent sized vote, or we should have anyways. Electors, yeah. We can, yeah, so you're not getting anything, and you're not getting anything either. We're gonna go back to our lifestyle focuses so we can pick. So he's going down the overseer route, which is not terrible, but I I think I might have to end up changing that, because I want to get this, and then I want to get back into the diplomacy tree. So for now, though, we will maintain the authority focus, because we are in a state that we need to get territories under control from civil unrest to get our numbers back up and start swaying things again. So we're gonna look at what the lowest, 2 months, 4 years, 3 years. So this one was 2 years. A faction's been created against us. Our half brother, which I could say I saw this coming, and our other brothers and another vassal are kind of joining in, but they don't have enough power to make an ultimatum yet. But so they're going to be looking to try to install Dagger as the king of the Norwegian throne. We aren't going to let that happen. First, though, we're going to raise a rune stone back to our home territory in Australand, so that, or Vesterland, Sunderland, I guess will be where it goes. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me, I had a bug in my throat. Not a real bug, but we'll have a moment here. If you're watching this video as a VOD or are sitting here in the stream and I just can't tell, feel free to hit the subscribe button so you can get notifications on when I plan on going live next, as well as getting updates on when new videos are going to be posted. I'm going to hopefully start posting some gameplays of other games, some other good story games to play, hopefully relatively soon once I start getting comfortable doing this and all that. But so yeah, feel free to hit the subscribe and like buttons. Kind of helps me get some metrics going, as I'm hopefully looking to pursue this throughout the year. But with that being said, we're gonna get back into the game as I try to figure out what the hell I'm going to do, because right now we have a lot to worry about and it's a bit it's a struggle trying to figure out what we want to do and what we need to do. So right now, though, for now, though, I think what we're going to do is we do need coin, so I think we're gonna have to raise our troops so that we can go pillaging, because it's something we need to do right now, because we need to get some income going. So we're gonna raise we can create a new Renatar sergeant. We're gonna do that too real quick. Irish footman, Huscarls. What do we need? We have Vegelman, Huscarls, Bondi, light footmen. We're gonna do some Vanguardarian veterans. Hire them, increase them by 1. Let them build themselves up. So this guy's gonna be a pain in the ass here real quick. So I need to figure out how what I'm gonna do to get him to... But he is also... Holy cow, he is in a hell of a lot of trouble. And this might be my chance to... yeah, I don't know how he has such a lot... Oh, he has allies, okay, that's why. I am at a loss for what I want to do right now, because I know I want to do ratings, I need to get income, but at the same time, like, I'm worried about sending troops away from here for the fact that it can get sketchy. Really sketchy, which is not exactly what we want. Negotiate alliance, okay, that's fine. Tells me created, what realm? Oh, cool. Don't care. How much does it cost to recruit you? Don't have enough. Actually, we... Anti-council position. How do we lose? I guess, okay, whatever. So things are slowly starting to kind of fall apart in the way that trying to figure out what we need to do. Yeah, we're not letting us cult search around her, so yeah, care less about that. Yeah, so we need to actually get our guys going so we can... we need... yeah, we need county, so we gotta raise our gut. Okay, champion. Hand, eagle. An extra hand. For all 30 I supposedly wields a king, it cannot be everywhere in my realm at once. There will always be those who forget to obey my orders once my attention is turned elsewhere. So where my champion eagle could come in, who has been faithfully enforcing my decrees while touring the countryside. Could he serve as my right-hand man and take a more active role in administering my realm? So if we allow him to do this, again, okay, yeah, we want that because we need control growth. Yeah, we're gonna let that happen. Feud targets of ire. Though I doubted at first, I'm becoming convinced that all the gossip court wants my head, all because of competing claims. House Bodvar. This feud is gonna freaking get us in a hell of a lot of trouble. So he's our nemesis now. It's like he's a scary guy. I'm not in a position that I would even become close to be able to try to yeah. Okay, so yes, we are going to raise everyone as raiders. I need you guys to link up. And we're going to put me in charge. Okay. Brittany. So we need some quick cash. We need some quick cash. And we've got to really get some of this stuff under control, because I'm not gonna say I'm falling apart, but man, are we falling apart. So I don't think the Kingdom of Leon will stand up to us, and they have quite a bit of large things to hit right on this coastline that it could just... yeah, so we're gonna head to the County of Leon. Actually, we're gonna head off here first and then work our way along the coastline and see what we can do. Why is that unfortunately, you little turd? Schemer discovered. My spy master has come to me with grave news. It is my mother, Brunhilde, that is plotting against my champion. Why though? Oh, it's half brother. Oh no, it's champion. That barren fiend. How dare she? The tired yet blissful smile half-reader presents me with a perfect little daughter who again doesn't pick up any traits. Hala is a very good name. So now we're starting the warpath. Kill my niece. Why though? So we don't want to go too far inland because voting's changing. So now our brother is our heir. Hopefully once our kid gets old enough, he will take over. While we're doing that though, we need actually bossy, cool, awesome. So martial education, that's perfectly fine. Educate the child, he's gonna become our ward. That will be, as he gets older, we're gonna go down the path of making sure he gets proper traits. Our mother has died, unfortunately. We gain some stress from that. Navy ruler has won the war, cool. Task aborted because can't anymore. Those are fine. So the next territory we're gonna work on here. We are burning through chancellors. I don't have very many good options to pick up where they left off, and it's super frustrating, but we gotta work with what we got. So continue here. Okay, so unfortunately we're gonna have to sail back early because we can't hold supply worth a damn. Jesus. Okay. Hopefully we can get back with our loot. We're also picking up coins through prisoner interactions. My rival chieftain Bodvar. Where is he at? Chieftain Bodvar. Just see if any agents. So we are going to go down the route of trying to get this guy off our back. And in doing so, we have started a scheme to murder him, which is perfectly a-okay. And we had also invited a bunch, while we were originally down at like 22% success chance, which is not great. we were able to invite some agents within his court to help us. And some of those agents were pretty freaking good, because one's his steward, another's his marshal, one's a courtier, and one's his daughter. Nope, not daughter. Still, someone that's part of the court. Either way, what we are looking to do. Excuse me. So now, titles can be created, so we can start creating some more duchies. Gives us some more prestige. Duchy of Upland. And it just kind of helps get things under control. So the Jarl of Upland, we can grant to who's in charge of Upland as it is right now. Your half-brother and spy master. Or what we can do, actually. Earldon of Upland. What do we have control with? Yeah, Earldon of Upland. We can grant to. I need some better chancellors. We have no better chancellors. We need some better chieftains. Why are you not? Grant you that title. And then fuck off. Assign. Piss off her brother. Because especially with a lot of the schemes that are going around, and especially being in a feud with another person, having 35 intrigue, if they get past any of that shit, any of my defenses through that, they deserve to do whatever scheme they're going to do. Because that's just an insane amount of intrigue. So, we're still feuding with them. What's your military? Most of your army's freaking mercenaries. There'll be if there was a time to try and take you down, it would be now, because your allies are not great, and overall we're gonna let our men-at-arms chieftain to scare. So this is one of our interactions to get the murder scheme going. And a chieftain to scare, a local mystic with the dubious morals, and a fabricated omen. Perfect. Before the mystic leaves for Chieftain Bovar's court, here is but one question. Will my false omen be one of fortune or of doom? So, bad omen, moderate health penalty. Good omen, medium boost. We're gonna go with the good omen, so he might be less suspicious. So that he might be less suspicious of what we're gonna do. And while we'll increase his health a little bit, at the end of the day, our goal here is to murder him, which your health boost is only gonna give you so much of a bonus. Gone fishing. My wife, half a year, stops me in the corridor, grinning from ear to ear. In her hands are 2 fishing poles. Come fishing with me today, dear husband. I promise you will love it, she exclaims. It has been a while since I took a break and escaped. So, you know what? Help us reduce some stress while we're at it. And we have a pretty good chance of succeeding overall. Catch a giant fish, gain some prestige from it. And she gains some more opinion, which we don't really necessarily need, but it is always helpful. And currently, though, I want to change the appearance of my character. Clothes. Now that we are a king, why not wear robes of nobility, which don't really see the things that I'm looking for. I don't know why my guy looks fucking jacked though. Like he looks like holy shit. Iberian. Northern Lord's high nobility. Northern high nobility. Cloak hair. Beard. We're gonna go with the classic. We'll do, you know, beaded beards. Fine. Cloak. We want big fur cloak. Headwear. I think we had what we had was fine. As far as crowns, North circlet. Yeah, Norse crown's perfectly fine. Base items are just stuff that we don't care about. There. And then hair color. Oh, the darker color. And then we're gonna apply changes. And our wife's pregnant again. Cool. Alright. So we're gonna resume the game. Let's see, pick up where we left off. Now her concubine, impeccable king out of north, I think. Fora? Sure, why not? Finally take up the, okay. When the time comes, my agents will need a safe escape route out of Chieftain Bodivar's castle should anything go wrong. A detailed map of the local taiga with all its hidden paths and caves. So we could spend 15 gold to hire someone. 67% chance of succeeding. So we're gonna go with this one. We might, okay, that's fine. But we didn't gain sick or ill. Little stress is nothing too big to worry about. Extra hand. In the course of helping me administer my realm, my right hand may able, if I discover that we have a lot in common, build a strong rapport. Sure, we can become friends. Okay. So I'm heading for my chambers to enjoy some blessed sleep when I hear a faint rustle from a window. Just the wind, I think, until the wind starts to speak. Half a year open up my rose, it is I. The heck are you doing here, buddy? Son of my rival. Wow. That kid has cojones. That kid has cojones, that's for sure. Okay. Trying to figure out what we can do, because right now yeah, we are going. I'm gonna let the murder scheme run its course, and then we can't hold court. Here, petitioners. Gesture for the first petitioner. A markedly disgruntled Jarl Stibjorn hurries to your throne, liege. My legal rights over the chiefdom of Hydemark are well attested. Those tracts have long been considered part of the integral part of the Jarldon Upland. Will you support my claim and have your brother relinquished what does not belong? The interest? Okay. So the injustice ends now. Jarl Stibjorn gains Upland. Such matters are traditionally settled by might. must win it by the sword. Jarl Dagger of Nordjord will duel. This seems like the best option. Jarl Dagger wins the duel. Sorry, bud. Jarl Dagger and Chieftain Vigvus march to my throne. They're discontent. Dagger flares up. My lord, I seek the impressive peasant Halfredir as my concubine. Her dancing is talked of all across the Norgarth. Vigvus cuts him off. I have been negotiating with her family. Probably piss them both off, but now she's my woman, my concubine. My vassal chieftain Sigurd comes forward, apprehensively escorted by her husband Sigurd, who seems in bad temper. He spells, my lord, Koipri is trying to seduce my wife, an affront on Odin. He has never liked me, it must be him. So we can do an intrigue challenge. Okay. So the last petitioner departs. Various couriers follow them out of the room. Okay. Business is done. Didn't have to spend any money. We're not holding a grand blot. What we will do, though, is the babe cradled in her arms, Queen Halfreid, wipes tears from her cheeks and addresses me without taking her eyes off our daughter. My love, I think we should name her... Let's name her something else. My agents have prepared for weeks. The cook has been bribed to look the other way. The poison has been acquired, and the duck was gifted to Chieftain Bodvar alone. It will be rubbed with the poison, and the bed of herbs will mask the smell as it is served. The deadly bitterness will be the last thing my target ever tastes. So we have a 95% chance of succeeding, or greater than 95% chance. Bon appetit. Hopefully this guy... Life and color with it. What a delightful day it is. The wind is refreshing, the sun is warm, the insects chirp happily and undergrowth. Everything seems bright and vivid, and it's all because the cold-hearted knave Bodvar has finally blessedly dead. I can't contain my grin as a train of his friends and family file past me on their way to say their last goodbyes. Though he now can't say a word to stop them, I bridle somewhat at the thought that Bodvar's family having the temetry and tactically defend us. The procession passed me by, heading to bury the body. The bird became the last thing Bodvar ate, and that's one less Schmotland to worry about in any case. It also seems that none of my agents were under suspicion, which means no one can trace the poison back to me. Nice. So, this is only the beginning. Chieftain Boulder was killed. We lose 110 stress, which I don't care. For elevating arrival, we gained 150 prestige. We lost 44 stress and end our scheme. Justice is served. House Saga gains stalwart family for 25 years. We gain 5% prestige and 5 natural dread. House feud. The House Saga loses house feud. Score your house feud for 25 years. Your feud will end. How many people are left in this family? 13. And they're all a bunch of freaking kids. Holy shit. Feud should be over. The night air hangs still and silent. The only noise that can be heard is the scrape of my shovel dislodging the freshly heaped dirt with ease. Slowly the heap beside the grave grows larger, and the body of Bodvar is exposed once again to the fresh air it had been parted from all too recently. A ripped cloth covering his face, his lips are parted, drawn back in a ricked skin, and soil and grime still cling damply to his neck as I regard him dispassionately. Grasping the shovel once more, I line it up with that same neck. The metal, sharpened by my own hand earlier today, is honed to a wicked edge. 1 stamp, 2 stamps, 3. I'll make use. Well fed for pigs. We gain dread gain for 3 years. Or we gain the Skull Goblet artifact, which I'm all for artifacts, especially core ones. So, the Skull Goblet artifact gains prestige, dread, plus 0.03 per month. Stress gain is minus 4%, and dread gains plus 10%. Hell yeah. Screw that guy. He started it. We finished it. We won the house feud between House Saga and House Jamtlin. So, what the hell is going on with your face? Holy shit, you got smallpox? Okay. Now, with that being settled, for now at least, we can focus on trying to get stuff under control again. So I think that's what we're going to direct our focus for right now. Is 2 years, 16 months. We're not going to host a Grand Blot. No, we probably should, but we can't afford it. So we're going to raise everyone as raiders. But what I'm going to do, though, is split this army not in half. I need the Bondi and you guys to come to this one, and then split off a new army. I need you to split and you guys to come over here, and then you can disband. You can also disband. The rest of us are going to go on to pillaging, because that's what we do best. Merge everyone and put me in charge, and Danelaw, Kingdom of Anglia has nothing. Wessex won't do any good. We'll make a stop at the barony of Exeter first. Speed up time here. Spouse is up to the task. Some of my counselors, okay. So we have our marshal, our spy master, and our Rixgody. We don't want any of them to lose opinion of us. So I guess our Rixgody, or we could do lay with us. Other than that, it seems like it'd all be the ones that we would like to have increased. Unfortunately, we can't. One thing we're going to do, we're going to convert witchcraft. I think all our siblings should be witchcraft as well. Prisoner taken in siege. Finger bones of a king. Peddler cloak with dozens of baubles and knickknacks sewn onto which rattles up to me. I have a magnificent psalter, an illuminated manuscript with a sculpted ivory cover adorned with turquoise beads. It contains tales of a man and woman in love. The carving is certain to impress Queen Heffidir, so she would never again think to lie with another. Psalter cuckoldry. And it's only 20 gold. What's prestige? Gross. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna move to here. Ileana, but she is a child of a concubine. Elise, you have something that should legitimately belong to me. Relinquish it at once. What do you want? Herald dagger. What do you want? Freya? Fuck no, you're not getting any of that. Pardon my language, but you're not getting shit. Oh shit, I did give it to him. Damn it. That's not... Damn it. Damn it. Ah, crap. Oh well. Mistakes are made. They happen. Not a huge deal. So, you don't want to mess around with there. Leon's stronger now. You're stronger now. You're definitely strong. What about you? You've been rated, but not all the way. You've been rated. You're strong-ish. I'm surprised. How do you hold so many fucking troops? Oh, he got a lot of that stuff. Okay, that's fine. Too easy. I guess we're gonna... There's not a lot we could do because... a lot of the places that we have access to, at least right now, are close and or... Man, it's difficult trying to figure out where we want to go exactly. So we can actually kind of zoom around here. Gift of generosity. My son Odor has been impressed with one of the household's champions for a very long time. After finally meeting him in person, he has been repeating the warrior's words to himself. Give others their due, and you will receive your own in return. So he gets the generous trait, which I don't want to lose income. Diligent is actually really good. So we're gonna... Do we not? We're not stressed out. Okay, no, we're not stressed out. Cool. Too easy. Chieftain Yar's friendship. While his numerous attempts to curry my favor are not going to notice, I cannot feel but irritated by Chieftain Yar's sudden interest in me. That's fine. Ransom. While we have the funding available, we can't because we're a rating. Never mind. Okay. So... Nice. Now... You should already be a witch. How are you not? You all have the same Oh, because I didn't educate them. Damn it. Chief Dismayer. Why not? We should spend more time actually swaying our people, though. That's what we should be focusing on, not converting a bunch of people to witchcraft currently. I'm not even a witch, though. Am I? Can I hold a grand right? No, I'm in an army. Okay, never mind. With the Babe Cradle Arms. Man, these kids are not living up to what I want them to. Okay, so who died? I think our spy master kicked the bucket, unfortunately. I guess our brother, the vassal, is a fine placement. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to do a lot of hit and runs. Yes, that's super helpful. Oh, you piece of crap. Okay, so I guess we're not doing that. The Isles are been raided. Ransom, thank you. Shoot. Cornwall has already been hit by me, if I remember correctly. Okay, we are about out of supplies, so we need to go back. But rather than go all the way back over there, why don't we just head to here, recoup our supplies. We can create the Duchy of Dreg, Duchy of grant to damn, trying to figure out what we need. Better bet. Like, these guys are just absolutely terrible. This makes it super hard to figure this stuff out. Relevance. Brother and Zerl Daggers. Marshall. I guess that's fine. Keep the brothers out the back. Steward. Do I have any? Man. Got like no real good options for this stuff, and it's super frustrating. Super frustrating. Powerful vassal, expensive position. You can. When this guy dies, it's all yours. Okay. So, I need you guys to recoup our losses. That's fine. I don't care quite precisely. So that's fine. That's fine. Huskovic. Okay, we just need to start increasing people's buildings. That's fine. Start making markets everywhere so we can start rolling in the money, because we have enough territories at this point that if we start building markets everywhere, should increase our income by quite a healthy margin. But I guess now we're full up here, so we're going to head. Here's already been raided. Here, Like, it sucks. Like, I can't raid far, unfortunately, because we can't hold supply worth a damn. Oh, no, yeah, no, we're losing supply. To make my brother Dagger more susceptible to my attempts at approaching him, I can conclude a compliment. He is by no means youthful. So, we're going to keep it short professional. Espionage, unbelievable. Performing his duties, my spymaster, Jal Dagger, has uncovered that my secret hiring doubts. Oh, wow. Like, it's so hard. This is super frustrating because I need to raid. I need to do this, but there's just no good options at the moment, which is super frustrating. Why won't you accept? You're a different faith. How in the heck did you? Okay, you're. Should be able to get to patient. Patient is perfectly fine. Performing his duties as my spymaster, Yal Dagger has uncovered a secret hidden by my champion, Scully. Wow. Coveted claim. Althemar champion frets through all through the day, evidently attempting to find the right words. At last, we make our way to dine. He begins sheepishly, my host. I hear rumors that Chieftain of Art has come to see you as the focus of his enmity. He talks openly. Is he one of my people, though? Neighboring ruler. He talks openly of the legitimate king of Norgar who daily usurps his rightful lands and revenues. Trusting liege. Vassal opinion. Chieftain. What's your army size? Oh, you are so weak. If you want to complain about something, I can make you complain about something. I can definitely make you. Okay. Denmark. Not gonna bother. Not gonna bother. Gosh, so it's like no places to raid. At least hitting a stage where any places that are available to raid are in territories that are ridiculously strong, which is unfortunate because I need the money, and it's super frustrating that I can't get it without risking major combat, which I don't want to do. But I may not have much of a choice if I can't find what it is I'm looking for. Nice. Now our kid's finally starting to... Okay. Remember the day my daughter Hal was born. That's fine. You're always there for me, and I hope you one day am grateful. That's what it means to be a guardian. So I guess for now, since I can't really find anything to raid properly is the key word there. What's your army at? Don't care. Okay. So we're slowly but surely starting to get things under control. You are not getting any... No. You are really starting to get freaking greedy, dude. Really starting to get greedy. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Exotic arms. Kenajui spear. What's my hammer do? What does our hammer do? Plus 4%. I think it's only plus 2%. Yeah, our hammer's better. And saves us money. We can't really afford to spend too much money right now. Guardian for Hollow. She is on her way to being a very competent schemer. Educate child. I'm not going to do it. But her niece will gladly do it. And we are going to change you to the martial focus. And have our champion. So, you're not too much farther ahead of us. And let's look at some of the reasons why the people won't vote. So, supporting Jarl Dagger. Score of 20. They like him. Cool. He's only a child. He dislikes him. I'm sure once our kid becomes of age, then they will be more apt to What? Okay. Daughter, thinker. We will have you choose this focus, and we will have our antiquarian educate you, dear child. Need you to build markets. So I guess right now we're just gonna be sitting and letting things naturally progress, because right now we're kind of at a standstill, because until I can gain some more martial experience, with theoretically going into combat would give us, it's hard to raid currently because we can't maintain a good amount of we can't go to the Mediterranean raid like we like to, because we don't have enough. We don't last supply wise, or else we could, which is super frustrating. But we are super close to this, which increases our supply capacity by 200%. Really, 3 months should be all it takes for us to reach that point. So we're going to speed things up. And sway scheme, who are we swaying right now? Okay, we don't need to sway him anymore. Vassals. Who's our No, we really have only 5 vassals this way. Okay, so now we could actually start raiding like we want to, but what I need to look at, why can I need him. Here's a pardon. Oh, free. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah. So raise all our raiders. Let them fully build up. We need you to split off the Weigman, the light footmen. Got those levies. Let's go aboard. Select and join this army. You guys can be disbanded. Everyone else, we are going to merge. We need to find territory that can hold us, and then we will be in charge. So now we're going to sit here for a hot minute while William's acquaintance of King Bagsack have become all the rage in the court of late. A peace deals with the memory of what we leave behind, and Bagsack is publicly dedicated to me. A lament for the king. Men need not fear as lives depart, provided they leave behind them art. And when their final hour nears, hope shall their name bring cheer. So far, I've kept my thoughts to myself, but the buzz has grown too dramatic for me to ignore much longer. So, yeah, that's fine. How nice of him to write a lament about us. I thought I already created that. I thought I already created that. Oh well, not a big deal. So yeah, now we're just gonna sit here, speed up time as we... Too old. Nothing. Accept. No, so never mind. Okay, so we're almost, should be getting close. Someone's in court. Days go by without even crossing my mind, but each time I catch Queen Hephaestus' eye at court, I can think of nothing but her crimes. What are her crimes? She's a witch, that's right. Yeah, we're not going to expose them as a witch because we're a witch too, I think. Hooks and schemes. I'm pretty sure we're a witch too, so it'd be kind of stupid to, do that. Do I have any other people that are ragers that we could... No, we need us in charge. Okay, so now that we have... No, we're not ready yet, actually. Should almost be close. Blood and spit. Vengeful, calm. Vengeful is fine. Okay, now we are ready to go pillage, and we're going to hopefully be able to make it to the Mediterranean. That is what our goal is. That is what we're going to be aiming to do, because that is where all the money's at. It's nowhere else really except for the Mediterranean. So hopefully we can make it without burning too much of our supplies. It's a central proposal. Wherever I go, Mayor Alphys is a noblewoman from Galdar, is sure to follow. The look in her eyes, the words on her lips, I know exactly what she is after. No. We're not going to fall to her seductions. Okay, let's see how much supply we burn just getting here. Not a lot, surprisingly. Thankfully, we have plenty of supplies, I think, now to successfully raid. What the hell? Well, I think, because of serious, you're not going to hand over one of your prisoners just so you can. I appreciate the offer, but no. Again, no. Everyone's trying to offer me concubines for favors. Jesus. I already have the ones I want. Don't need anymore. Okay. So now we're basically just going to start raiding up and down the coastline. We haven't lost any supply capacity, really, to count. My spies have informed me about a hunter causing a ruckus at the local. So someone's scheming against me. This is how we know, because when we did the murder scheme against our rival, what's-his-face, we had the option to do this very same thing. We had, and there was the risk that they would have possibly been discovered. But, so this is how we know that someone is scheming against me, because they hired a hunter to do this. So, we are going to we will put him in the dungeon for now, because once we get back from raiding and I can do some stress reducing activities, we will negotiate his release for him to come with our rights, because he's a very good fighter. He has some very good abilities. I don't want those to get wasted. Okay, getting personal. Okay, it's not my place, because I don't need to sway you anymore. Vassals. Who else needs to be swayed next? Can't sway you because you're a kid. Okay, so really the other guys I don't care about. Succession. Titles lost in succession 5. Should be voted. Shouldn't be losing anything. So we gotta figure out how we're gonna sway people to vote with us. But anyways, rather that though, we will start to what's your fighting cue? Yeah, you know what? We're gonna challenge Freya back, because I shouldn't have given that to you in the first place. Okay. You had to open up. My performance decent with some lapses. Dagger's incredible. Fastest blade. The best you've got. Dang it. Okay. Too easy. Okay, guess we're gonna continue to raiding. Because we will try to challenge for that artifact at a later date. I'm surprised we lost that. Considering our prowess is a bit higher than his. We just chose the wrong options. Rage. Sun. Aurora. Kari. So we might end up gaming the system again because he has this great trait here. But we will have to wait and see. Fire and blood. Bring me bounteous plunder. Who the hell are you? Undecline. Fucking suppose I'm a murderer. I could care less. That guy deserved it, and you should. Sister-in-law and rival. Who's your player, heir, brother? Jesus. I had my reasons. Did it for the sake of the family. You can't fault me for that. Yep, no, it's fine. Okay, just want to make sure that we weren't biting off more than we could chew. You're courtier. Perfectly fine. You're nothing special. The age of knowing. He deserves to know her power. Ransom. Yes. Ransom. Yes. Available perks. Movement speed. Yeah, we want all this. Spouse is acting on my behalf. Nice. Okay, so we're starting to build some stuff up again. We're starting to get a good, solid foundation of things. And now that our son has an adult, he doesn't have to worry. We're not contending with the voting aspect that he is a child anymore. And being that he's our kid, he gains positive that even if they're tied, being that he's my heir, he oh, I don't know what I was going to say on that one. Half brother, steward, and champion. Sure, half brother. Let's put you there. Where the hell did you come from? And why in the heck are you? How did we swap? We got anyone better here? We do not. Okay. So right now we're just about full up. This will probably be our last pickup. And then we can head back home. Flosi is a fine name for a son. Okay, now we're starting in having the capabilities that we can start raiding frequently again because we can actually make the distance, which we have to form this again. Grant this to. Do we have any? Now we have no good diplomats. Chieftain, Errol, Dagger, brother, steward, vassal. Yeah, this guy. Sorry, brother. This guy's better. Charldom of Jamatland. Sorry, brother. But I've got to do what's best for the kingdom. Dagger. Sway. You need to come off your high horse. Balder, you need to come off your high horse too. You will be in charge soon enough. You need to go back up here and fix this. 18 months. Perfectly fine. Now we are back to waiting. There we go. See, there we know someone is plotting to murder us, which is kind of disappointing. We're gonna host a grand rite, though. We're gonna start doing some things. The more, the merrier, because why not? Children lack guardians. Read from the ancient Guamar. Easy enough. Hit and run. Close these down. And we have some children to educate. What's there gonna be? You're gonna be curious and education. I need you. Dynasty Saga. Nope. Why are you guys brother-in-law? Oh shit. Let me find our brothers here, because can you educate her and have guess not you. Damn. Okay, we'll figure it out eventually. Not super concerned about it at the moment. Actually, we are. We need to make sure they're getting an education. So you're gonna be okay. Educate child, not me. Someone that's decent. We'll send the wife. All right. You're gonna be. That's fine. Educate child, schemer, spy master. Perfectly fine. Okay. So we are once again getting ourselves relatively established. Granted, we are in our 30s and we have yet to host a feast, so that's what we will do currently. Welcome, friends. Awesome, cool. So I wish his martial was a little bit higher, but sometimes we have to make do with what we got. Find spouse. For now, actually, I want to look at not you, but you. We are going to try to set you up with a nice friend with inheritable traits. And you know what? Yep, that's fine. Otter, you can alliance power. Kingdom of Sweden. Kingdom of Lazarus. Okay, so now we have that taken care of, that's scored away. Let's drink too much. Okay, so I think okay, so everyone's happy. I'm not hosting a grand blot. We'll go on a hunt. Dressed wounds. Sure, they will be there. Okay. So Vassal chieftain honors accused steward y'all of having an extramarital affair with Yrsa. We will look at our prisoners again, because I just in prison, and I need you. In order for you to be released, I need a weak hook from you. And then knowing that weak hook, we will gain some money for your lover here. And for the Kingdom of Noragar, I'm going to sway you. Never mind. I don't have any control over you. Cool. Oh well. Perfectly fine. I do want to scroll down. And Kari, I need you to become my new heir. Okay, so I could have swore you were, unless it's because just in case you decide to try to change your mind, you will now vote for me. Tonight I have stripped myself of every symbol signifying my rank to walk anonymously among my soldiers. It is a quiet evening, so when the argument breaks out, the words reach me loud and clear. An infantryman is trying to convince my commander, my niece, manages an alternative strategy. We will do this. Discuss the strategy more about martial warfare. So easy pickup of another martial lifestyle trait. Probably gonna piss her off doing this, but you never know. So, oh, you. See her eyes, my fears are true. I too seem to have frozen except for my heart. Wow. Wow. With him of all people. Wow. How dare you? You're lucky I am benevolent. and we'll accept that you don't do it again. Okay. So we have some more gold to mess around with. So we're going to go back to looking for places that need to have a market built, because we are greedy, and we need the money. Construct. 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 And then construct. Okay, so we are at that time where I think we are in a pretty good position currently. So, brief recap of what we've accomplished today. We started off simply with these territories with the idea and the goal of essentially just taking over here and potentially invading the Kingdom of Alba, because at the beginning when we started, Sweden controlled all of this. But somehow, while I was raiding at one point, and I wasn't paying attention, Sweden broke up for whatever reason, and Norway became available, and it was not strong by any means. And we had a very sizable military that we had an easy opening to take over the Kingdom of Norway. And after a few hiccups of trying to figure out why we didn't form it automatically, considering that's what we had started the war for, we got everything squared away and fixed after usurping and claiming some titles that we now are the Kingdom of Norgar, which is Norway. Too easy. So we eventually raised our dynasty from being just owners of the duchy and some few territories into now we are mighty kings. And we have also are on our second character after our original character, King Frigg, passed away after having a psychotic break and became insane and was very poor health. So now we're at the stage that we are starting to look at what our next possibilities are, because right now we are sort of hurting for money in the sense that we don't have a huge income, but normally the Norse hurt in that aspect anyways, so it's not unsurprising. But as we work through this, we are starting to go up and down our territories and starting to build infrastructure to get our armies increased, get our economy going, and hopefully as our culture starts going through these innovations, we're looking to hopefully be able to upgrade some of these stuff even more in the future. But right now we are again at one of those points where we are, for the most part, in a pretty good spot. Not super concerned, and I'm going to probably regret to say it later, but we aren't really at much of a point where we're under much of a threat, to be honest. There's no reason really for the Kingdom of Alva to try to invade us here. Sweden, let's see, if we go to declare war, we're roughly evenly matched, and they don't really have much of a reason to attack us either. So, we don't have to necessarily worry about them at this current time. So what we might look to do in our next session is we might start working on expanding north potentially. Maybe start taking over some territories here and increasing our overall territory. That way, once we can hit a point where we can actually take on Sweden and whatever allies they may have at the time. That's the goal. But we will have to see next time we play. because at the end of the day, we're just not sure what our next goals are. So right now, though, as we start working on building up our income, we can start sort of investing in some of these things. And this is going to hurt us a little bit, but it's going to start increasing court grandeur, which is going to start getting people to come show up at our court, starting getting some better couriers showing up, because right now we're kind of hurting for good people to recruit, because we're missing like our vassals that we have are just not good. They're not good, they're not great, and we're not really left with much good options in terms of potential counselors. We're kind of burning through them pretty quickly, which is unfortunate. And it's just making us have to be a bit more considerate about what our plan of action will be moving forward. So, with that being said, we're having another kid here. Spain, name you Hawker. It's totally fine. We are overall in a good position, though. I'm satisfied with where we're at. That when we come back next week, we can look into figuring out what our next steps are going to be. I sound very indecisive because I feel like it's the third time I've said that, but that's what it is. So, with that being said, we are going to call it a night here. We've been on live for about 4.5 hours or so. For those that have been around, I appreciate you sticking around. For those that are watching this VOD, if you've watched the VOD all the way to the very end, I extremely appreciate it. I know it can be a long drag sometimes, especially towards the end. I kind of caught myself slipping into how I normally am when I play this game and just kind of zooming through stuff. So I gotta work on being better about making sure I'm staying consistent with what I'm saying, explaining stuff. But if you've sticked around for this entire VOD, super appreciate it. And if you haven't yet, please like and subscribe, or like the video, subscribe to the channel so you can get notifications when I go live next, and also when I start posting videos, which I will also be making mention to on social media when I do that as well. But also, if you're also sticking around here and you watch the entire VOD, feel free to leave a comment in the comment section and let me know some improvements, if there's anything I need to improve on, what I can do better, what I'm doing good at. I mean, I'm always willing to take constructive criticism and compliments, because this is something that I'm, again, working to, while I have the availability in my current situation, something I'm looking to pursue, that I want to pursue, that I've been wanting to pursue for a while, just never really had the means, time, or options to do it. But I'm in a position now where I'm able to start hopefully setting up a foundation that I can start pursuing this, hopefully for at least full time for the next year, hopefully, and then maybe beyond, depending on how things go. So again, if you haven't yet, please like the video, subscribe to the channel so you can get notifications, and definitely appreciate all the support so far. It's been a good start for being the third day of streaming. I'm actually kind of satisfied how things are going so far. First day was a bit rough, but first streams are always kind of rough. Second day was great, and today has just been about as good as the second day was. I'm starting to get comfortable with doing this, and I'm looking forward to what the future is going to hold as I'm able to do this. So, moving forward, I'm going to try to be consistent with live streams happening at minimum Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Times may adjust a little shorter, a little longer, depending if I have things going on. And then I'm debating if I'm going to be doing weekend streams periodically. And if I do weekend streams, I'm going to most likely play different games. Because I'm going to be looking to try to get some opportunities going to get some other games so I can make some more short-form content of playthroughs and Let's Plays versus focusing purely on Crusader Kings 3, which is kind of like the game that I like to do because I can sink a lot of hours into this and have a ton of stuff to do. That being said, again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, normally starting at, camera goes live at 3 p.m., but I normally start the stream 15 minutes early with some music as I get things set up. So always feel free to pop in early and feel free to chat, hang out. But overall, thank you again for tuning in. If you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching the VOD all the way through. And I will see you in the next one. What the absolute fuck?